Well, that was embarrassing. So the YouTube settings got changed.
Okay.
And I checked them, right?
Right.
But there was another setting I didn't check where when I start broadcasting, YouTube is supposed to start me live.
Right.
So we've been chatting.
And nobody saw
it.
it.
And we can see ourselves, but
right.
there's a little thing that says preview.
Right.
So we're going to redo what we just did.
Take two.
Remember when I said everything's live and unscripted?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of scripted now because we're going to just repeat what we just did. Okay.
Well, today's a very special day.
Well, if you don't know, this is Mitch Morrison.
Yes, it is. And today is Mitch Morrison's birthday.
It's your birthday today.
Yeah, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am.
We're just going to cut you in half and count the rings.
There you go.
At this point.
So, well, but it's good to be back. Carey and I have not been back to this Studio B since January 1st. I guess we did a build New Year's Day. That was fun.
It doesn't feel like it was that long ago to me.
Right. I mean, it
seems like it was last month, but nothing in February. Huh?
No, time just flies, and so
well, maybe you need to think about why that is.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I bought a motorcycle, and I've been riding it in the Bartlett Lake and.
That's a pretty cool bike.
Canyon Lake, yeah.
I've never seen a bike like this. It's not a hog, but it's not a crotch rocket. It's like this weird
cruiser.
What is it?
It's a cruiser.
I always think of a Honda Goldwing as like a cruiser. Was that
right?
It's like a luxurious.
Yeah.
I don't see like a Honda Goldwing is like a Cadillac of it used to be. I don't know anymore. Of motorcycles where you're practically in a car.
Right.
What you have. Doesn't look like that at all. It looks kind of badass, but it also looks modern.
Right. And
what is it anyway?
It's a 2014 Suzuki MR109. They kind of call it the Bumblebee because it's black and yellow. And a very dear friend of mine had 3 motorcycles and wanted to get rid of one, and so he sold it to me, and I thought I'd be scared to death, and I am, but I'm enjoying the cool weather here in Phoenix and the riding to Canyon Lake and Bartlett Lake, and then maybe next week I'll do Roosevelt Lake and see the dam, and it's good. But I told him I'm only going to ride 2 more years, and then or just for 2 years, and then he's begging me, "Well, promise me you'll sell me the bike back."
The guy who sold it to you wants it back.
He said,
because he knows you're going to take care of it.
He's going to do all the maintenance. So
he'll do the maintenance.
So he's like, "I want first dibs back." I'm like, "You got it," because by then I'll be so old that you got to just know when to say when.
At that point, you shouldn't be driving anymore,
right?
Let alone riding a motorcycle.
What'd you say? I didn't quite get that.
A couple of contributions come in. Paul O'Brien with €2 says, looking forward to seeing this next build. Right on, Paul. Thank you. Peter Laycock. Hey, there he is. Peter joins us from Scotland. And Peter's been a proud supporter here for a number of years. And, just super happy to always have folks like Peter as part of this community. And he's always very generous, which he doesn't have to be. He says, good evening, Carey, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. Happy birthday, Mitch Morrison.
Thank you. And you know the saying, if it's not Scottish, it's crap. There you go.
Aye, if it's nice Scottish, it's crap. Jesse Kirk with a $20 contribution says, hey, Carey and Mitch, happy birthday, Mitch. Wishing you the best. Right on, Jesse. Thank you again for all your support and kindness. And Tim Allen, I don't think it's the same Tim Allen.
No, although
he's from Michigan.
He's from Michigan.
You're from Michigan.
And you're from Michigan.
I'm from Michigan. So. He contributes 10 pounds. He says, happy birthday, Mitch, and good evening to you, Carey, and everyone. Here's a little something to help support the channel to continue helping me learn more and save money while I watch. Thank you, Carey. Right on. Well, thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. Ricky B, very generous, $20 contribution, says, happy birthday, Mitch. My birthday was yesterday.
Oh, nice.
What did I tell you?
March is just overloaded. March? Yeah.
So Marty Yoel, who's not in here in the chat room yet, but he's a regular member of our community. His birthday's Sunday.
Okay.
And then I forget the person's name. I talked to so many people. Don't take it personally. Just mentioned they had a birthday yesterday. Your birthday is literally today.
Yep.
So we're not doing anything early.
So is my twin sister's birthday. Only I'm 5 minutes
Wait
older.
a minute. Are you saying you and your twin sister share the same birthday?
Yes, we do. But I'm 5 minutes older. So,
but like every year?
Yeah. So, and she never lets me live that down, that I'm 5 minutes older. So,
Ricky, Tim, Jesse, Peter, Paul, thank you so much for your support, your generosity, your kindness, and for all the happy birthdays that we're seeing in the chat room.
One guy said, "Happy 40th birthday." I like that.
Did I tell you I was at Walmart and I bought some Fireball whiskey?
Okay.
And the cashier looked at me and she said, "Are you under 40?" And I said, "No." And she went, "Okay." Beep. And then I go, "Hold on a minute. You believe me?" Damn it.
Yeah.
That didn't work when I was 20.
Yeah.
Are you 21? Yes, I am. Let me see your ID.
Yeah.
She just believed me.
Well, you shouldn't have hid your 3-prong cane behind you. Then she would have.
Was it the tennis balls on the bottom
on
that
the
gave
bottom
it away?
that gave it away.
So we're going to get to the build first in a minute. But first, for you.
Oh.
So I'd already just given this to Mitch, so he's going to act like he's seeing it for the first time when he actually saw it for the first time.
Because I am an actor, so he said
acting.
Acting. So look surprised. White powder isn't going to come out.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
You snorted all that before.
Let's.
Not supposed to. Oh, look at this.
Ooh, I better show.
Now that is a fancy card. That's like, here, let me get you the live feed.
Oh.
Because you're looking at the delayed feed, but I have to look around you.
Okay.
Oh, now I can see. There you are.
Ooh.
Yeah, give that a little rotation. Let them see the
motorcycle card. Focus. Hocus pocus.
There you go. And then just kind of turn the card a little bit. Let them get a 360 of that motorcycle, huh?
My wrist won't go that far. I got arthritis. No, just kidding. Ooh.
There it is. There's a company called Love Pop. Lovepop.com. And they do these really cool 3D pop-up cards. I think they were on Shark Tank. Anyway, they have these really cool pop-up cards like that. And I saw that one since you got the first motorcycle you ever had in your life, right?
And then there's a tab here.
That's right. Okay. There's a little personalized note. I actually wrote it myself.
So here we go.
Not even printed. If anybody's curious what my handwriting looks like,
it's hideous.
Very similar to a doctor's prescription.
It's hideous. Happy birthday, Mitchell. Oh, my legal name.
Yeah, I was very formal.
Give it back. All right. A cool new motorcycle and a new mini PC sounds like a great way to celebrate your birthday. Love, Carey.
Isn't it say love, Carey?
No, it says thank you for your friendship, Carey. And that's a very unique card. Very nice.
Well, okay. I don't do this very often, and don't ever expect it again.
Okay.
But since it is your birthday,
all right.
I love you, Mitch.
Oh, what a guy.
Like a brother.
What a guy. Yeah.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah, sort of.
As far as everybody in the audience is concerned.
Yeah.
And what you and I,
that's
our business.
Yes.
Thomas back in Stoke contributes $20. He says, "Hey, hello." And then it says, "And Mitch." I'm sure you meant hello, Carey and Mitch. Your build with Carey last time I bought. Well, you better. Well, Tom has got that red and black one there. He's been very patiently waiting for me to build. But I was about to tell Tom, you probably don't want to watch this one because then you'll open your wallet again. But this is this one over here, the red and black one that we did for.
Did we do that on New Year's Day? Yeah.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah, New Year's Day. Yeah.
So I made a couple modifications to it.
You're getting a smoking machine. I'm pretty
instead
jealous,
of 32 gig, he's getting 64 gigs of RAM. Right. We're leaving the solid state drive as it is. We're going to put a bigger graphics card in it, but it's just not much airflow in there. But it's a mini ITX build just like yours.
Okay.
Now yours, if you've been paying attention, you saw me build in this case several years ago. It was 2014, 2015. And this went to my friend Ron Hillier in the chat room who lives in Illinois. And it ran well for Ron for about, I don't know, a year and a half or so. He started having problems with it. And like many other people, most of us, money is tight. So to get another system working, he started pulling parts from the non-working system that I sent to him until there was really just a motherboard and DVD drive and power supply. And then he stuck it in the garage and forgot about it. When I was talking to Ron about updating it, And I said, Ron, why don't you send it back to me? Mail it back to me and I'll upgrade it for you. And then he was like warning me, like, well, most of the stuff's gone. And I'm like, well, that's great because it's all going to come out anyway, so I don't care. So Ron sends it back, and then I surprised Ron by replacing this lianli case with the newer style lianli case that's quite a bit bigger, and it's easier to work on. And Ron, you know, when I initially sent this to him, he was concerned it was going to have overheating problems, the airflow in the case, and he really wanted it as a gaming machine. So then I said, you know, whatever, whether or not heat was related to what caused the failures, I don't know. What I do know is that I upgraded Ron, sent him the upgraded machine, and then Ron had problems with it. So I said, we tried working some things out, and I said, send me the machine back, and I changed the motherboard, the solid state drive, the RAM, sent it all back, oh, and the power supply. Sent it back to Ron again. He had the exact same problem. Well, come to find out, he had a browser extension that was causing his problem the whole time, which means all the parts I installed were still good.
Right.
So this is really not a big deal because I'm a system builder, right? If you're watching at home, what are you going to do with an extra motherboard or extra RAM, or, you know, that's like a huge chunk of change that most people are going to be just like, oh, well, no big deal. For me, it's truly an oh, well, no big deal because I know I will reuse these parts in the future, but I can't tell you what for because I have no idea what, but something will come up. Well, it wasn't long after that I got a phone call from Mitch, and we're going back, I don't know, September?
Yeah.
And he says, hey, you know that little case with the handle on it?
Mitchy likey.
So now, how many computers do you have, first of all?
I got a full tower, a mid, and then one other, so 3.
Plus you have that little Azul stick, right?
2 of them, yeah.
2 Azul sticks.
Yeah, and then don't Chad, don't tell Carey, but I was due for another laptop, and I bought an Apple laptop. So I bought a new laptop, Carey. Yeah. So
this is not yours. Give me these.
Okay.
Get out. Traitor. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so what Benedict Arnold was saying was he has a couple of computers at home for different purposes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you saw this one, and you've just never had a mini ITX before.
No.
And you thought, I'd like something different.
Yeah.
That is certainly different. lianli does not make this case anymore. So I do have all the parts in the listing below the video. All right, I'll forgive you this time, but don't let it happen.
And again. What's this weird black square here on the front? I don't know, but I don't like it. Can I hear? Oh, that's your case.
You are so lucky it's your birthday. that you're bigger and stronger than me.
That's your case.
Or I would make you pay.
Okay. But in terms of portability, I like the fact that you can set this on your desk, you know, on the corner versus always underneath. So this isn't too big that you can't fit that on a folding table or something like that and keep it up off the floor. So yeah, but I've never built in something. This is tiny.
Yeah, it doesn't get much smaller than that for mini ITX. You'd have to go to like a Nook style type of motherboard, which I forget what those are called. And the mini ITX builds, the cases can get 2 to 3 times bigger than that, even though they're still mini ITX. So it's not as though mini ITX is only going to be this tiny size. As I mentioned, the system that Thomas, we can't really see it, but the NZXT 210 build that's on the channel here from January showcases that mini ITX, and it's significantly larger than this. I guess I could pick it up and bring it over here. Just for comparison's sake, I'll show you.
I'll do the sound effects.
That was all my bones cracking.
Yeah. You don't need a spine anyway. So.
Yeah, that's why you get 2.
Yeah.
So this is also a mini ITX system. Same motherboard, same everything, except it's got a lot more room to work on it. But Now, as far as mini ITX cases go, this is on the larger side.
Yeah.
This is on the smaller side.
Same motherboard, though?
Yeah.
Same size motherboard, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But this is obviously easier to work in, has better airflow, and we can put a bigger cooler on it because we're not so restricted.
Yeah.
However, you don't want this for gaming.
No.
I mean, this was designed to be a portable LAN gaming.
Right.
You take it over to your friend's house, and you can have a good time. One of the downsides of most AMD CPUs is they don't have built-in graphics. And with the silicon chip shortage that's happening, both with GPUs, even car manufacturing, car plants, GM shut down a car manufacturing plant for a few days because they couldn't get the chips they need for the cars. We have an AMD Ryzen 3400G, and that's one of the few AMD CPUs that has a built-in graphics card in the CPU. And for however you're going to use this,
web browsing.
Well, certainly that'll be fine. Are you going to use it like a media streamer or anything like that?
Could, yeah, yeah.
Well, that's all well and good, and you can do some light gaming on it. I don't think you're going to be playing Cyberpunk 2077, but that wasn't on your to-do list anyway, right?
No, what's gaming anyway?
What's gaming?
Yeah, I don't. There's a PY5 and a Micro Office 1. Are those gaming consoles that I hear the kids are playing?
Well, apparently the Sony PlayStation you can use to mine cryptocurrency, so good luck buying one of those now. Like it wasn't popular enough before. Anyway, today's build will involve these parts, which were all previously, not most of these parts were what was originally put in the upgrade that I sent to my friend Ron, and he sent back, and then when they sent it back, I didn't do anything with the old parts until I heard back from him if his problem was resolved.
Okay.
This is why I did that. So when he contacts me after he gets the computer, he gets used to it, and he's like, no, it's doing the same thing, then I know all the parts I took out are still good. Now, in the parts list, there are 2 solid-state drives, but we can only install 1. And I wanted, since it's your birthday, and we have not discussed this, you don't know this is coming, so I'm going to put you on the spot. I have a Crucial P1 M.2 that's 1 terabyte.
Ooh, nicey.
Right? So, I mean, I don't know how much storage you plan on having here, or I have a slightly higher performing, I think this one's higher performing. This is the XPG ADATA drive. It's called an SX8100. This is 2 terabytes. So twice the capacity. And I mean, if I were you, I'd take the big one, but it's whatever you want.
Eeny, meeny, miny. It's up to you. I mean, it doesn't.
Well,
I mean, if you need the 2 for another build, I mean,
I wouldn't. There was a reason I picked this. I wanted to say I thought this one was faster, but half the capacity, and this one was slower, but twice the capacity. But now that I'm looking at it, I might have confused myself.
It's because you didn't have your glasses.
Let me get my glasses.
Glasses. Here, take mine.
What's the performance number on this one? Max performance says 3,500 on the reads and 3,000 on the writes. That's pretty damn fast on the 2 terabyte. And on the Crucial, it's not mentioned. That's never a good sign.
Let me see if I need a longer arm. Okay.
I don't know. I can't remember. Crucial is a little more well known in this space. Some people have had issues with, from what I've read, I've had no support issues with ADATA, but some people say they have. But everything I've got from ADATA, I haven't really required any support from them. But I know Crucial's support is good. SLC caching.
Whatever you want. I mean, the one.
Crucial, well, I'll tell you. Usually, what I use these. The reason I have I'm not trying to pawn off the one on you. The reason I have the ones is because I have clients that want to stay within a certain budget, and also clients that are working in an office, and we don't want them to save their files on their hard drive. We want them to save it on the server because the server gets backed up regularly. So if we limit how much space they have on their C drive, then they go, oh, my drive is filling up, and then it's like, hold on a minute.
Yeah, you're not
supposed to be saving to that drive. Right. So I want to put on a small drive, but not one so small that, you know, that when they add Office and other applications, they start having issues.
Well, and there would be room in this where I could put a 2.5, right? The square one, not the mechanical, the 3.5, but the 2.5 as a storage device. There'd be room in there.
I don't know. It's been such a long time since I opened it up. So let's just set this one aside. Let's get you with the 2 terabyte one, and then to open this case, there's these little latches here. You see on the back?
Yep.
Go ahead and pull it slides one way or the other.
Both sides?
Just one at a time. Okay, that's it. And you see how it kind of popped like the hood of a car? Okay. There's a little, it just popped out this one corner. And if we pull on it now, it's got these little like
dimples,
metal posts that go in, like a cabinet door maybe in a kitchen
or a liquor cabinet in your case. All right. So
what are you implying?
Yeah. Okay.
And go ahead and do the other side. Okay. So these are your giant case panels.
Okay.
A little different than the Corsair 200R, huh? It's like
yeah.
All right. I'll just set these back here. Is there a place to put a 2.5 in there?
Don't know.
There might have been, and we took it out. It's going to be pretty tight in there.
Yeah.
What was left in here is what it was originally built with. So that's the original power supply, went from the original build from all those years ago. That's the original DVD reader writer. It's a SlimLine, which requires a little adapter, and you'll see there's a little power cable coming out of that. Remember I said I couldn't find it?
Right.
Well, that's because I went ahead and plugged it in. Now, I didn't originally build with that.
Okay.
I originally built with this hard plastic adapter, and it kept falling off.
Okay.
So now what there is in here, the power plug on the back of a SlimLine DVD drive is much narrower than a standard SATA power plug. So all this is it's got the small plug on one end, and then the standard size on the other end, so you can plug it into the power supply, and it's just a cable instead of a hard plastic adapter that's like 2 inches long that then a cable has to plug into. Anyway, this should be a much better design. And my friend Ron, he upgraded the front fan. I think that's a good fan in there. But if you want a Noxia, we can swap it out. And, oh yeah, so right down here at the bottom, there's a space down here at the bottom. I'm gonna have to get the portable camera.
Okay, fired up.
But down here, there's a place for two 2.5 inch, whether they're mechanical or solid state.
Right.
But they're gonna need some kind of rubber feet or something.
Adapter,
that I hate when the manufacturers do that, because I don't know that we have everything.
Yeah.
Now what I normally do is I take all of that stuff from the original build and I place it into the motherboard box. And I tell my customer, I say, put the motherboard box away. Although it's got nothing in it we need today, there might be something we'll need in the future. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us. If I did what I'm supposed to do, and if Ron did what he was supposed to do, then we should have all of that in the, I would have taken it from his old motherboard and placed it here. I don't know what I did with his old board. His old board was like dead, I think. So it was not worth even trying to. So in here is a pretty full box, so we're looking good. This is the MSI B450i Gaming AC motherboard, the same we used for Ron. This is your I/O shield. If you want to pop that in, you can do that. And then we've got drivers, we've got cables, we've got antennas for the Wi-Fi. We've got the board itself, but I don't see any case parts. So you'll just have to use some hot melt glue. I'll tell you on that.
I just lay them in there. I know Carey doesn't like that.
Well, if it's solid state, it really doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But the fact that it's portable, you know, that's the part that worries me.
And show the viewers again here. I'm not very good at the snap, the click,
and the snap and the click.
Click and the pop, but you'd hate to bend that, and so I've
never really seen anybody bend it. You're passing that off to me?
Welcome to the gun show. All right. So there's always a first for everything. Don't bend. Click. Didn't really click like some of the ones that you did where I went.
No. And you know, lianli cases are generally better precisioned to that sort of effect. Also, this I/O shield is a little bit thicker than some cheaper ones I've used, so that it.
Aren't they normally supposed to be flush? But probably not. Yeah.
No, they're supposed to just stick out. Let me show people here. Let me bring this over here and show people what we're talking about. This little I/O shield, it should stick out a little, and it should be even all the way around. We want the speaker holes on almost all cases. We want the speaker holes down on the bottom. Otherwise, we could put it in upside down. Not the end of the world. You just pop it out and turn it around, but I prefer to get it right the first time. Down here at the bottom, you can see those two little trays that I showed for the 2.5-inch drives. It's down
and
there.
We'll get you some close-ups here when we fire up the.
Yeah, or I'll have you do the work, and I'll grab.
Okay.
If you recall, the folks over at a company called, I think they're called Hollyland, sent me this HDMI wireless transmitter so I can have a fully wireless 1080 with zero, well, the latency is so slow you'll never know that there's no
or lag time,
no wire on it. Yeah, it's
nice.
that quick. Then I got the battery. I don't know how long this battery is going to last.
Okay.
The receiver part is back behind the computer. It looks the same. I got this really short HDMI to micro HDMI cable. And then I got a small USB cable to power the other side, so it doesn't need a battery. So I got a short USB cable on the receiving side plugged into the computer, and then a short HDMI cable to go from the receiver into the capture card. So with the batteries and the charger was like $35. All these cables were another $40. Okay. So it was like $80 in cables. But now I'm going to be able to use it for the very first time in an official capacity. And so I'm going to try and make you do as much of the work as possible so I can play with my new toy.
Okay.
And put it through the paces. Before we get started, just want to acknowledge some folks here in the chat room, and then we'll start the build. You see the crucial P1 speed is only 2,000 and 1,700. That's terrible. I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe we were doing PCIe Gen 4 and then I was grabbing the faster crucial and then realized this is not an X570 chipset. That's not going to work. I think that's what happened. I think that's how I went down the wrong road there. Geo Johnson contributes $10 and he said, "This is the first live stream I've seen in a while. Good to see you, Mitch and Carey, and happy birthday, Mitch."
Ah, thank you.
Mariuel with $5 says, "Hey, you two, have fun. Happy one, Mitch." And of
thank
course,
you, Marty.
Happy birthday to you on Sunday, Marty. Irving T watching us from
Marseille.
Marseille?
Yeah.
Joins us from France. Contributes €5. Hey, Irving, good to see you. It seems like it's been a while since I've seen Irving. Rick Rubisit with a €5 contribution says, "Happy birthday, Mitch. Good evening, Carey and chat. Shout out to Catherine Anna Hauserman for helping me select parts for my dad's new PC." Right on. Yeah, Catherine likes helping people. If you're wanting to build a computer, you're not sure what parts to buy, and you have a certain purpose. Most people have a purpose for the computer. And you have a budget. Most people have a budget. Putting those two things together to select the right parts can be a bit intimidating. And Catherine will help you and ask for nothing in return, though I fully expect you to say thank you. Because she's been doing this for a long time, and I thought for sure she'd burn out by now. To do it for free, she's twisted to keep doing it. So before that inevitable, I don't want to do this anymore, thought happens to her, take advantage. And you can reach out to her. You'll find her here in our live chats quite frequently, and you can talk with her to figure out how you guys can chat. I know she has a couple different ways you can chat with her. And let's see, Colin Mitchell says he's got that same ADATA NVMe drive, and he's well happy with it. Prisms wants to know, do you guys just work together? I don't know, do you call us work?
No.
We don't even do that.
No. That work's a 4-letter word. So.
Yeah. Ends in K.
Yeah. And David said, nice Toto shirt, Mitch. Thank you, David. I do have some kind of sad news. This won't bring the chat down, but I did learn this week that former lead singer of Toto, Bobby Kimball, is not doing so well. He has been diagnosed with dementia. And so it's sad because, again, my favorite song, obviously, is Hold the Line. And he sang, you know, on Africa, Back Up. And it just, what a voice. What a beautiful voice. I'm grateful that I was able to meet him a few times and chat with him. He's from New Orleans, I think, and just a beautiful human being. And so my thoughts are really going out to Bobby Kimball, a great, great singer. So, yeah.
Well, you know, I was kind of worried about that when you said that Toto said they weren't going to tour anymore, that they were done with it. It's always it's something people do that I've noticed, like celebrities will say, okay, I'm going to step away now. And then they're at the end of they know they're getting close to the end of a battle.
Right.
And, you know, how many times have we seen that where somebody says, okay, I'm retiring, and then like 2 months later, they've passed.
Right.
And then it all comes out that they've been battling this for some time.
Yeah. And he's only 73 years old. I mean, I still consider that pretty young. I mean,
if I make it to 73 years old.
If you make it till the end of this broadcast, it'll be nothing to. All right, and with that note, folks, let's get building. I guess Carey wants me to do the building. I'm not shaking too much with the pressure. I don't have
a whole lot of time
with the pressure, so we'll get at it. Should I move this out of the way and we'll put the motherboard here on the
just set it on the ground or something if you want. You need some help with that?
No.
Ooh. Yeah, there's no workman's comp here, so.
Okay. Ooh, a nice anti-stick. Boy, that's a tiny motherboard. Okay. Let's get that out.
Thomas Backenstow says he also has the 2 terabyte ADATA NVMe drive and likes it. Okay, so this is the same board that I used initially in the upgrade for my friend Ron. And then I bought another identical one for Ron. And I just held on to this one in case there was nothing wrong with it until it was determined. Then there is nothing wrong with it.
Okay.
So we're going to prep this by...
that's a key word, folks. There's nothing wrong.
Not yet.
Not yet. Wait till I put the chip in. Okay, all right.
Well, that's not the hard part.
Right.
On this board, do you see where the M.2 drive goes? Let me flip over to camera 2.
Okay.
Angels contributed $10. Says, hello, everyone. Good to see you, Mitch. Thank you.
Yeah. Old Mitch, 21 pounds lighter since the last time you saw me.
Yeah.
Been drinking, drinking lemon water for breakfast. Slim Fast, not to give them a plug, for lunch, and then for supper, Carey a nice big bowl of steam. Very hearty.
Big bowl of steam?
Yeah, so very hearty. And in 2 months, I started at 200 pounds and 179.
I'll tell you what.
This morning, so. And boy, am I hungry. All right. I'm starving.
Now you're living like a celebrity.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let me figure out how to turn this wireless thing on. And here it is. Okay. And
so thanks, everyone, for being in chat. And yeah, this will be a fun build.
Thanks for your kindness.
Yeah.
Folks. Oh, how many people we have in there now? 488? That's not bad. Let's double it.
Right.
Getting greedy. All right, I'm going to see if this is going to work. If I flip over to camera 2.
Don't get seasick. We don't have steady cams yet. All right.
Whoa.
Ooh.
There we go.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So let's see the back side of this computer.
Yeah.
Looks good from the front, though, doesn't
Yeah.
it? We'll come around here. You can see the rotating GIF that Selden Bell created. That's on the NZXT Kraken 63 here on the. This was my birthday build, Mitch.
That long? Like, yeah, that long ago? Okay. And these are the two main parts that we're using?
Yeah, this part here is optional.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start again. Hold that up for a second. All right. So that's the gaming plus AC. This is the motherboard we're using.
Okay.
All right. And that's our CPU we're going to use. If you show me the top of it, it's got the all the info about what we're doing there.
3400G. G stands for good? No, graphics, right?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. And here's the motherboard.
Now, with regards to the motherboard, where does the M.2 drive go?
I'm guessing the back of the board.
Yeah, so go ahead and turn the board upside down. And you see it?
Right there.
Yeah. So what you're going to want to do is grab, let's see.
Can I set it down this way?
Yeah, you can set it
the
down.
board? Yeah,
no,
okay.
that's fine. I wouldn't put any weight on it, but just letting it sit on its own, you're fine. So we're going to, that's a brand new drive. In the drawer, you're going to find the razor, the box cutter to open or to cut the, there you go.
I like the old Makita.
Makita.
Milwaukee, yeah. Just seeing if you were paying attention. All right.
Ooh, Makita makes that battery-powered razor.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Mitch. Chicks dig scars.
Yeah.
Hold on, you're not done with that drawer yet.
Oh.
There's that black-handled JIS screwdriver. That's the one. So the JIS driver kind of looks like a Phillips to the naked eye, but it's going to fit into that little tiny M.2 screw. I'm trying to get this to focus. Yeah. Anyway, that one's made by Hozin. Anyway, there's a link in the video notes to my Amazon store, and so all these parts are listed, like the tools are listed, like that blade he just used and this driver he's about to use. If you're interested in the tools that I'm using.
And the Band-Aids he's about
yeah, I should have a link to the back team.
Yeah, that he's on.
Let's see if I can raise my arms up high enough.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Okay.
You do look thinner. Holy cow.
Yeah.
That's where you can really tell is on camera.
Ah.
Because, the camera adds 10 pounds.
Yeah. And I saw myself, or ourselves, on January 1st, and I didn't like what I was seeing. Me, not you. So, all right. So did I want to hold that? Okay. Or you want an extreme close? You don't, your arms are going to get tied there. Extreme.
Now, there is a small heat sink. If you want to attach it, you can. It's really flimsy. Right. There's not a whole lot to it. It's really there for looks. If you want to use it, you can. But we'll just set that aside for now. No, just the heat sink. Just take just take the take the drive out.
He's not a very good. He's not a very good director. All right. So
now,
now again, you don't want to.
You're supposed to know what I mean.
Yeah, you're not.
You're being way too gentle.
Well, yeah, but
just
you don't
pull it out of there. It's fine. This is what beginners do. They're like, oh, they're so. There he goes. I shouldn't make fun of anybody for being too careful. Yeah. It's just my lack of patience. Now just go ahead and set the M.2 drive down. Just set it down because you're going to have to take the screw out before you install.
This one.
There you go.
Magnetic. Ooh, magnetic. Okay.
Well, it should be. Magnetism could be weak on that. We can recharge it, but okay. Now that is only going to go in one direction.
See that notch, folks? Right there, notch.
Yeah, and then there's a notch in the drive. little cutout.
Yeah.
Or what we call a key. It's keyed.
And what we're going to do...
So you cannot put it in upside down. It only goes in one way.
Till the gold tips end, and you got a little diving board.
Yeah, like a reverse diving board, right? And then when you put that screw back in, the only thing that screw is doing is just holding it down and keeping it from falling out. So you don't have to torque it down really tight. But you also don't want it loose where it'll... Seems so nervous.
Yeah. But folks, remember the game Operation? All right. That's how old I am. This is the wishbone.
That is not a good game for people with Parkinson's.
Yeah, this is the wishbone. Okay. Why is that not grabbing? I knew I should have asked Carey to do the build. Okay. Take two. All right.
Well, here's the problem, Mitch. And I just realized because I'm looking at the tiny camera.
Okay.
But if you look closely at what you've done here, and this is a good thing because I'm sure other people do this all the time. I never do it because, you know,
right.
I know what I'm doing. But you have taken the standoff and the screw out together. You should have left the standoff in the board because everything's so tiny.
Oh, yeah, I see. So, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then what you're going to want to do is take the...
and put
the M.2 drive out because it's going to be in your way now. And then you're going to place that right where it was. It helps to have not the screw, just the standoff.
Yeah.
Oh, the standoff has a
threads on it.
Well, I know it's got threads, but it's got a Phillips head on it, huh?
Looks, yeah. There's a straight edge, but here, let me try. It's not really magnetized, but
trying to get the camera right up close, and poor Mitch's like, you know.
Okay, no, I didn't cinch it down.
That one you want to tighten down so it won't come out again the next time you're taking the screw out. So it wasn't tightened down all.
That's more than
I would take it even more. Like you really want that in.
Okay, yeah, there.
There, down. Now we're talking.
Okay.
So one more time. Little gold fingers disappeared. Yeah. And that little cutout at the other end, that should go around the standoff. Like if you push that down, that's what you should be looking at. And then the screw goes in. So the fact that you didn't see that was your first indication that something was off. And then that's just going to be snug. Okay.
I did it.
You did do it. You really did it this time.
Yeah.
Now that's the only time we have to work on the back of the board. And you'll only find that on mini ITX systems. I've never seen a micro ATX or ATX motherboard with an M.2 on the back. I mean, I'm sure if there is one, the audience will tell me at some point. And then now, if you'd like, we can install the CPU. Now, installing an AMD CPU is very similar to installing the Intel CPUs, except the AMD CPUs have pins on the bottom, and the Intel CPUs have pins on the socket. Other than that difference, they're very similar in how they install. Let's see what we got. Well, we got to go faster sticker. Excellent. And then we'll have the cooling fan in there as well. We're going to use that stock cooling fan on this build because we're not overclocking it. We do have clearance restrictions on this case, so go ahead and just leave it in there. We're not going to get to that for a little bit.
Did it come with compound? No compound. No compound. All right. You've got compound, right?
Yes,
Plenty.
I do.
Okay.
He's referring to thermal paste, ladies and gentlemen. Not the compound. That's
you want me to?
That's part of
you
the
want
coal.
me to spin it around, or can I do it this way?
Just whatever way is most comfortable for you.
Lift that up.
It's like you're unwrapping birthday presents.
Well, this is the brains of the computer, and this is normally the most expensive part. Where's our gold notch? Ooh, right there.
Yeah, a little gold corner.
And is that little white dot there considered? That's where it goes.
That would be my guess. Whatever you do, don't force it in, right? So you orient the chip in the way you think it's supposed to go, and you've already lifted this lever up. So if the chip is seated and aligned properly, it'll just fall in without you putting any pressure on it.
But normally you kind of said everything, the writing and everything goes the same.
Typically, the writing on the chip should face. Well, in this case, you can't tell. On a mini ITX board, there's writing in all different directions, right? There's writing this way, there's writing that way.
But I'm sure this is.
Well, if you look at the lever, like if we use the lever as our vantage point or what we're comparing to, then the words should be at the top of the lever. Okay. Generally speaking, that's how it works. However, I could be wrong, so just gently place the CPU on top of the socket. And if it's aligned properly, it'll just fall in on its own without you pushing it.
I really hate this part.
Just go ahead and, there you go. So it didn't fall in, right?
No.
So the reason it didn't fall in, potentially, is because it's just not over the hole. So if you just, without pushing it down, just slide it left or right or forward or backward and see if it just kind of falls in. See that?
Mm-hmm.
No
pressure.
Yeah, you didn't push down on it at all. You were very gentle with it, and you just kind of gently slid it. You don't want to put enough pressure that when you're sliding it, you're bending the pins.
Right. And that's seated, and now we can lower that. There will be some tension. There will be some force.
Yeah, that's going to have some tension on it now, and that's going to lock that chip into position.
And under that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give my arm a rest. We're going to go back to camera 1.
Or you want me to switch?
No, I'm going to just, where's my mouse?
Yeah, right here.
Thank you. So we'll just go over to camera 1. There we are. And let me turn this off for a second and save my batteries, because again, I don't know what the battery life on this transmitter is.
I'll let Uncle Carey do the the glove treatment he enjoys so much with the nitron. With the nitron.
I got to think about this now because we have the RAM to install.
Yeah.
And then we've got the heatsink to install, and we're trying to do as much of this out of the case as possible. Not because we have to, but because it's just there's no restrictions. Once we put it in the case, now suddenly it's going to be difficult to reach in there and do these things. So obviously if there's parts you want to switch out of your computer or build in your computer, the only time you have to remove something is if it's interfering with your ability to access it. And in this case, because we're working with something so small, that the as much as we can do out of the case, it's just a lot easier. So
do you think it would probably be beneficial then to put the RAM in before the big heat sink, or
no? I would do the heat sink.
Okay.
So we'll need the thermal compound, and then I'm trying to think of how we're going to put this together. We're not adding a video card, and I think, does that heat sink in there? Does it have clips on it to clip on this, or does it have screws on it? It has screws. So because of that, you need to take out
the brackets.
These two plastic brackets. Let me zoom this in a little bit.
Oh, and this has its own compound.
Oh, it's never been used.
Well,
hold on. Where are you at? Yeah,
so we don't
even need the thermal.
Oh, so you don't need the glove.
Oh, Well, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, okay. All right.
For later.
So both brackets need to come off.
Yeah, go ahead and take those brackets off. Give me just a second.
Okay. There we go. Is this exciting there, chat? This is the way to celebrate a birthday. And if you want to know how old I am, I'll tell you, if life were a game of golf, I've just driven off the 18th tee. So that ought to give you some clue. All right, so both brackets are coming off. Ooh, that one was... You're as young as you feel.
Did you get it?
Indubitably. All right. So now
the back plate's going to stay in, right? Because if you lift that up, the back plate just came off. See? Show everybody.
Okay.
And that's what the screws on the heat sink are going to secure into.
So that is going to remain.
That's going to stay. And I'm going to grab a little Ziploc bag that we can save this and keep it with the motherboard box in case.
Okay.
Because that's happened in videos before. Yeah. I've needed those.
So I put the back plate back in these holes. Yeah. Yep. So it's lined up.
And again, this would be very difficult to do if this wasn't the case. So you can use the weight of the board to keep it secured. And then we'll just grab a little Ziploc here.
And let me show the chat, Carey. What are these? I'm so used to them being color-coded. I have never seen red USB ports. You know what I mean? I know I've seen 3.0, 2.0, 3.1. Are these a new special, or they're just? It's just weird. Even Ethernet is red. You would assume that's gigabit.
MSI does that.
Gigabit. So maybe it's for the gaming is the thing too.
Yeah, they kind of go with this red scheme. So I think the red ports are going to be your fast ports, your 3.1s.
Right.
And I think they're trying to, anything that's red is faster.
So what have we got here? We've got two
standard USB 2s.
Okay, and then
you've got a display port and an HDMI out. That's got to be USB 3.1 and 3.1 and gigabit. In the motherboard manual, here in the box.
You never look at manual.
Well, I do if I'm trying to determine what speed a port is, or sometimes which fan header. Did I not put the... So here, in the manual, it's going to tell us
what those are.
Yeah, and of course we could pull the PDF up online. But I'm going to need, could you hand me my glasses?
Oh.
I can't see without my glasses.
It's just unique. I've never, this is my first board to seen red USB ports and so on.
Two USB 3.1 Gen 1 Type A ports on the back, 4 USB 2.0s. Wait a minute. 2 Type A ports on the back. Oh, and then 2 are through the internal header. Okay, so these are the USB 2s, as I suspected. And the 4 red ones are USB 3.1 Generation 1, Gen 1. And then there are, oh, wait a minute. No, it's saying there's only 2 USB 3.1s on the back, and then the additional 2 are on a header. And then there's 4 USB 2.0s, 2 on the back and 2 on a header. And then it says 4 USB 3.1 Gen 1. Yeah, they just made them red.
Yeah. Okay.
7.1 channel high definition audio.
Ooh. That'll plug in nice to my Yamaha receiver in the screening room.
We've got the 2 Wi-Fi antenna connectors, 3 audio jacks, a PS2 port, a display port, an HDMI port, and then it's got it's a 128 gig BIOS chip, and 2 times 5050 RGB LED strip 12 volt connectors. So if you want to, RGB this case with no windows, it would be lovely. Yeah, for nobody could see it.
Okay.
All right, so we can back the camera back off a little bit here. Whoa, way too far back. Why you gotta be so tall?
Give me a stool. I'm old.
Don't ask me to give you a stool. You're not gonna get what you
want. Oh, my knees. We're snap, crackle, and popping like Rice Krispie treats.
Okay, there he is.
All right. So we now, because this does come with pre-installed.
Oh, wait a minute. We have a place for this.
Right there.
Yeah, right over there.
Okay, 3D.
If you turn this back over and you look at that M.2 drive, you see, if you want to, we could stick this on. Should we stick it? Let's put it on there. So I'm just going to peel this back. It's got a little groove cut out of it. Let me show this camera. Show it up to the camera here real quick. It's a very thin piece of metal, so as far as a heat sink goes, it's really more for looks, and of course nobody's going to see it, but we've got it, so it doesn't hurt to use it.
I'll handle the camera if you want to do a nice close-up.
No, I'm just putting a sticker on. I mean,
okay.
How close they need. How did you put the sticker on? Stuck.
Yeah, and that really will help a couple of degrees, you think?
It's really just for looks.
Okay. Yep.
Those PCIe Gen 4 NVMe drives actually perform better when they get warmer. And all those people trying to cool them down are actually hurting their performance. And then we'll just set that right back on there again. Okay, I've been looking at the chat room. What do we got?
Carey, because I'm so old, it might be time for my nap. I don't know.
Don't go towards the light.
Yeah, so good night.
Stay with us, Mitch. Stay with us. Don't.
Okay.
Stay awake.
And Chad, what I'm going to do is I will switch parts and rolls, and I will grab the close-up camera, and then I'll have Carey put this beautiful stock heatsink on, so you can see.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, and I'll handle the camera.
Should we clean the top of that CPU? I don't know. Someone said it looks dirty. It doesn't look dirty to me, but couldn't hurt to clean it.
Yeah. Okay. Q-tippies.
Ghost Shadow contributed earlier. I missed it. It contributes $5 and says standoff is on the screw.
Which alcohol? It doesn't matter. You want 70, 90, or denatured? I don't know.
There's a denatured one.
Oh no, you got 70, 91, or 99.
99.
Because of Toto. There you go.
That's always the same.
Always thinking. Yeah.
Chris's channel of technology contributes $5. Says love watching your builds. You and Mitch make it fun. From the world's smallest YouTube channel. I guess he's calling his channel the world's smallest. I don't know. There's lots of happy birthdays, folks are saying happy birthday to you, Nicholas. And let's see.
Q-tips.
Yeah, we're going to need Q-tips. They should be under there, right where you were.
Oh. He just wants to hear my knees. Here we go, chat. Yeah, hear that.
Okay, looks good.
Want me to do it? A lot of pressure there.
Yeah, put a little pressure down on it. You want to scrub it.
Okay.
it's kind of in your way here. People can see. Ronnie says, happy birthday, Mitch, from Sweden. I think just all of Sweden just said happy birthday. Elvis Frazier says happy birthday.
Well, that CPU was cleaner than a hound's tooth. All right, so that was very nice.
Are hound's teeth clean?
No smudge. There you go.
Landsberg Prison says happy birthday, Mitch. I think they miss you over there.
Oh.
Give me that. Thank you. What else do we have here? Just trying to catch up with the chat room while you're keeping you busy. Oh, you can put the heatsink on.
Okay.
You could totally do that. So when you're placing the heatsink, you want to look at where the cable's coming out that powers the fan and determine where it's going to run to. So on this motherboard, there are 2 fan headers. Do either one of those have a label that says which one's for the CPU?
This one says CPU fan 1. And then the next to it says system fan.
So you want to be on CPU fan 1.
This one, yeah.
Now, with these heat sinks, they can only go on one of 2 different ways. So it's either got to go. See what I'm saying? Like you can't, like on an Intel heatsink, you can rotate.
But I don't
90 degrees. With that one, it's
right
180.
Right.
So it looks like for the cable to come out that side.
Would you want completely?
Yeah, then see if you turned it that way, you'd have to loop the cable around. It's going to look ugly and it can get in the way.
So really,
I would do it that way. And since you already have thermal compound on it, all you have to do is tighten it down. And you should just start each screw, just a couple of turns on each one. And then I would use, I don't know if that JS driver is going to be slippy. No. You could try it if it fits.
Well, again, that's.
I don't know, it's going to bite well.
Ready? No. This one or.
Yeah, how ironic. Yeah, use that one. Yeah. He's got the screwdriver from the scythe that's included with the scythe coolers.
So just a couple of turns. That bit, yeah. Now we'll go to.
Patrick Russo says, greetings from Syracuse, New York. Happy Born Day, Mitch.
And that one grabbed. Okay, now that I got.
Suggesting you had too much coffee today with how you're shaking.
Yeah, and now that never learned to drink it. Love the smell of it though. So now that I got.
Texan says those CPU sockets used to be called ZIF sockets, zero insertion force. Yeah, technically they're still zero.
So now that I got all 4 of them at least started, can I kind of just 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, do opposite.
4.
Yeah, you probably don't even have to be that cautious with it, but it won't hurt.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
William Dawson said that computer is a great gift for your 15th birthday. Not sure if he's complimenting you on how old you look or how childish you are. Either way, I'll take it.
A little of both, yeah.
Just still reading the chat over here. Vladimir says that stock cooler looks giant on that board. Yeah, imagine what a third-party cooler would look like.
Do these come to a dead stop or no?
Yes. I mean, yeah, on those you'll know. They'll just stop. They say your hands are bigger than that motherboard, Mitch.
An illusion. Actually, for being as tall as I am, small feet and small hands.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough. That's enough from you.
I don't know. Right. So, I'm gonna just
okay. Leave it at that. All right.
Some guy over
big
40
but big heart. All right.
Big what?
Big heart. Yeah. Okay.
On something?
Yeah. So it stopped.
Some guy over 40 says, hello from Warren, Pennsylvania.
Stopped. And
Snack Alter says, happy birthday.
Yeah, you better check my work. Okay.
Well, I mean, if the screws don't turn anymore,
no?
Okay, I'll check it.
Yeah.
What is this? That goes over there.
Yeah.
That goes over there. That goes over there. This can go here. And that can go over there. We certainly could put that there. And this definitely needs to go there.
Yeah. And this too.
Oh yeah, I got a special place for that.
Yeah.
Over there.
Okay.
Ow!
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
Let me just walk over here. Let's see what we got. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Now, do you want to zip tie that now?
Yep.
I didn't get another yet. Give me one more. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. You need the snippos. Okay. We got technical terms.
Is that what they're called? The snippos?
Give me the snippos. Okay. We got technical terms here, folks. All right. Oh, I think you can do it in one take. All right. We'll see. No pressure.
Let me step around. I can see my artistry.
While I shake my. Today's my birthday. All right.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were doing the song.
Oh, yeah. And while you're doing that, chat, you get one guess. I finally got a Arizona personalized license plate, and let me see what some of the guesses come in as. What that plate is. Anyone?
Somebody's going to Google that plate and find out where it's registered, and then you're going to have visitors at your house.
Oh. Well, good luck with the dogs. All right. Killer Chihuahuas. And here, oh, I guess, look, what are you on? This camera here? This big one?
Yeah. Oh, you're on the delay.
Oh, okay.
See, this is always what's screwing me up.
Yeah.
I got to fix this.
Delay.
There you go.
Okay. And here we go. Ooh, very nice. Did that focus? All right. Ah.
You know what? I'm going to use 2 zip ties on
this. I knew it.
Well, no, I'm just, it's not that I didn't do it right. I just want to do it nicer because, you know, it's your birthday bill.
Right.
So I'm going to splurge and use 2 zip ties instead of 1. See, money is no object.
Chad, I tried to get just straight Toto, and of course that was taken. So then I thought about TOTO-BND, Toto Band, but the car that I have that on is a 2003 Saturn Ion that looks like it came out of the showroom yesterday with 217,000 miles, and the fact that it's red and this Toto 4 album cover was red. That it's this one.
The further one?
Yeah, right. It's a CPU fan right there. Glasses. You don't believe me?
No, I believe you. I'm just glad you pointed that out because I assume.
Yeah, don't talk with your mouth full. All right. So.
Yeah. And you just had this in your hand, didn't you?
Okay.
Well, that's not wise.
All right. So.
Lord only knows where your hands.
Because I just held the snippers. All right. Yeah. And done. Okay. Is that ready to be? Oh no, the RAM. My bad. Yeah. And what RAM are we using here today? 3D Zoom.
No, I can't remember if I had problems with that RAM being recognized or not. So I have some backup RAM in case that. These AMD motherboards can be very particular over RAM compatibility. And I just buy RAM because I'm spoiled with Intel. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, I have some other RAM we can use. So give me a second and I will. I'm going to grab the camera for a close-up.
Okay.
Is that Tape shut?
Not really.
No. Okay, good. Unless the tape's on the side. No. Yeah, so that might be the original RAM that was built with. I'm going to put the documentation for the AMD CPU in there.
So how's everybody doing on this Friday the 5th, March 5th? My 94-year-old father, or 93, he'll be 94 in April, called me from Denver.
He remembered Colorado. Your birthday?
He did.
He remembered you were his son?
And he's like, I remember taking your mother to the hospital, and I was, of course, shocked that it was, we were having twins because my sister and I are the firstborn, and my folks had 5 kids. Yep.
And where are you, at the bottom or the top? Or
I'm the top. I'm the top.
You're the oldest?
Yeah, and then my sister's 5 minutes younger than me. My twin sister, yeah. So, yeah. Yep. So what's next? RAM.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something funny to say. Yeah. Nothing was happening.
Okay. I saw the smoke coming out of your ears. Okay. So don't hurt yours.
Do you smell toast?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to this camera so we can film the RAM as a close-up.
And there's your mouse.
And
to switch angles.
What do I do when I got to turn this way? Hey, it's supposed to connect. So that's the it should just connect me here and just there it is. All right, I guess that's the problem with turning it off and back on again. It takes a minute to initialize.
Free commercial.
Note to self. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Now, of course, on RAM, this has only got 2 slots.
Yeah, all the mini ITX boards are only going to have 2.
And as everyone knows, you've got a notch here and a notch here. Now, these were closed, but what I did was I opened them.
Tom Backenstow says he's got a twin that's 2 minutes older than him.
Oh, and this side does not. That's that.
Because if that side opened and there was a graphics card here,
right?
See what would happen?
Yeah.
That's why this side doesn't open on some motherboards. Those stay.
Okay.
But those obviously.
And here's our RAM. $3,400. I didn't see what that said.
2,400.
2,400C. Yeah.
Well, it's slow RAM. It's like a C17, but we'll see what it does. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll find something else. I think that's what, 16 gigs? 32. I think it's 16. Yeah. I think each stick is 8 for a total of 16.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so once again, the RAM is only going to go in one way. And when you take the RAM out of the package, always bend the package, don't bend the RAM, because it's in there pretty tight.
But make sure you don't bend
the Go Faster sticker.
So
what I would do is I would grab one of these edges here and bend it this way.
Ooh.
See what I did there?
Yep.
See how my finger, it's like taking ice out of an ice cube tray.
Okay.
So for millennials, what that means.
Right. Here's the notch.
Ice cube tray.
Here's the notch.
Yep.
And here's the notch. So,
and you want to start with the, since you can put the RAM in either slot, if you put the RAM in the slot closest to you, it's going to make it difficult for you to see.
Right.
Right. So put the one furthest away, first.
Okay. So you can't make a mistake. I had it the other way, and you could tell eyeballing it. There's the notch. There's the notch. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, it should slide in. It doesn't look straight to me. What's going on? It doesn't look like you got it in the track. There shouldn't really be a lot of resistance. Once it's in the track, it should be fairly... Yeah, that looks better.
And then thumb it?
Yep. One side and then the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, like you said, with ice, bend it around. bend it like that.
Mm-hmm. Once again, if you were to turn that 180 degrees, then the slot won't align with the notch in the socket, and the RAM won't sit. You want to show them?
Is it this way? No.
Yeah, see this?
Yeah, it won't. Yeah, the slot's over.
Yeah.
So you gotta. That's good to know. I mean, that's why they got the notch, so you can't make a mistake. In here. In here. Like, you don't want to force. What am I doing wrong? All right, in the slot. Does it look like it's...
That sounded good. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah? Now, we're in a unique position here, Mitch. We can actually power this on while it's outside of the case, just to make sure we don't have any RAM compatibility problems, because working on it when it's in that little tiny case is going to be challenging. So instead of using, well, yeah, I suppose we could, good idea, we can use that power supply, why not? You're gonna only need to plug in 2 power cables. You're gonna plug in the large 24-pin one, obviously, but don't forget, a lot of first-time builders forget, there's a little, sometimes a 4 or an 8-pin way up in the opposite corner here. That's your EPS power or CPU power, we often call it.
Okay, and as you can see here, Chad, you've got this, and then this doodad here. We're using technical terms. This little one here.
No, that's not the doodad.
Does that?
That's the whatchamacallit.
Does that equal together? They equal to 24. Or
correct.
Is this is just 20?
That's 20.
You can count that high. Okay.
Well, if I take off my shoes.
Okay. Yeah, you can count all 11 toes. All right. So here.
That's not a toe.
Okay. So then, is there a slidey thing?
Sometimes,
but not.
But there's usually some sort of positive feedback you get when it's aligned properly. So take a look at the way it's designed. Take a look at, like, do you feel like 2 little ridges that maybe hug around the edge?
Yeah.
And then it might just go underneath the lip so that it doesn't get pushed out. Some manufacturers of power supplies make this easier than others.
How about you do this and I'll...
Well, this is far more entertaining.
Yeah,
okay. Tomorrow we're going to teach Mitch how to eat with a fork. Get the Band-Aids ready. All right, so that should probably go... If you look really closely, folks, there's these little tiny plastic
yeah.
What do you call them? Is there any holes in the side? Sometimes there'll be holes in the side that they plug into. They didn't give us that. So that suggests to me, you see this ridge right here?
Yeah.
That this would go underneath that ridge. So that when you're pushing down, it won't pop out. You see? So if you just hold that together now.
Gotcha. Now what do I do with it?
Well, have you ever licked a 9-volt battery?
Okay.
Well, don't do that.
Now this is what snaps onto this.
So yeah, that's your clip is always going to face the outside edge of the board.
So in other words, this is backward, so I got to spin it around, right?
Well, that's Murphy's law. Yeah, you've got to rotate that so that clip right there is going to latch on to that little lip.
Uh-huh. I can't do it.
Do I need to get a hand model in here?
I can't take this pressure. All right.
And that's what the back of a hand looks like, everybody. Everybody was curious because you said you knew it like the back of your hand. Well, now you know what that means.
I can't make it. Let's switch. And you're so good at doing this.
Yeah, compliments.
left-handed too, so that would be...
Oh, you're a soft paw?
Yeah, so I'm going...
The struggle is real.
What entertainment for your...
No, because you know most of the viewers doing this have experienced it themselves and probably thought it was, you know, their inadequacies. But in fact, we all go through this after you've done it about 12,000 times, so it's really super
It's just weird that it's maybe the clips in the... I don't know. I'm getting frustrated. Well, like Carey says, when you get frustrated, you got to take a breaky.
Well,
and
tell you what, I'll grab it since I've
okay, here, let me
let you suffer enough.
Okay. He's guffawed, chuckled.
It stopped being funny.
Okay.
You can just kind of hold it. Well, whatever. You got it?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let me get over here. Good help is so hard to find. You know, you got to do everything myself. You want it done right, you got to do it yourself. This is actually quite a bit of a challenge, and I only tease Mitch because, you know, somebody did it to me. Yeah.
Well, and the power supplies that don't have the cables connected.
Oh, the modular ones?
The modulars, you got to admit, those are pretty easy because the other end is not attached.
Well, it's not attached if you choose to not attach it. All right, which way does this go? Does this go on this side or this side? I wonder if you had it on the other side. What people at home watching may not realize is this is pitch black.
Right.
These aren't aligning, so this must go the other side.
So you say. All right.
Yeah, so now it should align. What's not aligned, what I said wasn't aligning is this clip right here. See how small the notch is? Right here, there's a notch. And the clip was over here. It was too far to my left or your right.
Okay.
And that meant on most of these connectors, you can only go one side, but this one's allowing us to flip sides, so it's only going to go in one way. Honestly, if you try to get it wrong, it's just not going to install. So don't, like if you'd have just kept going at trying it and it wasn't lined up right, you would have
I didn't hear
never succeeded.
Okay. I didn't hear the click.
No, because I haven't pushed it down.
No.
I was trying to find a way that I can show this a little better. So there it is. And it's seated just like how we put the RAM in. You know, you make sure it's in the socket. Once you know it's in the socket, fine. Then you can push down, and then you'll hear a click. Then we just have that this one up here. And let's just move this to the edge so I don't have to have the case on the Lazy Susan there. And one of these cables somewhere, this is your PCI Express. You see how there's a 2 pins separated? That's for a graphics card. If it's for a CPU, it'll be four pins and 4 pins. But when you push them all together, the GPU power connector can look a lot like the CPU power connector. So here's our CPU power connector, and as you can see, there's a 4 pin, and I guess the board we were using only used a 4 pin, so I zip tied the other one back.
Okay.
I like these wire cutters because they're angled, and I can lay the cutter, instead of cutting straight down, I can lay the cutter sideways, and I don't have to worry about cutting the cable. So we'll get rid of that. And then these two are going to push together just like the CPU power one, but because it's smaller, basically the order is easy because you want the 2 clips to be side by side.
Okay.
That's how I know not to go this way.
Okay.
You follow with me?
Yeah.
And then there's nothing that holds them together. You see they're loose? Yep. So I just kind of have to push them together. Now that's unique for this power supply. Most others from other manufacturers would have something to help you align this. And you can imagine doing this inside of the case is going to be very difficult. So we'll just try and leave it hooked up. Now I have this is one of my favorite little kludges. It's just an old front panel switch, power reset, lights, and this connector. But now that I just realized this probably isn't going to work on a mini ITX board, because mini ITX, the connector is like, usually it's down in this corner on micro ATX and ATX boards, whether they're Intel or AMD. And on this one, if I get my glasses and my flashlight, there it is. That's, I don't know how well you can see that. I can't really, you have to kind of come to the board because the board is being tethered by the power supply now. Oh, that's USB. Sorry, that's not it. It says USB. This is USB 3.0. And our front port header is over here. This is audio. Wait a minute. This one is, the bottom one is audio. This top one I think is the front port header. This is the one thing that always throws me on these mini ITX boards. But I think if this will fit, it's way too big. Okay. There we go. Now, we have to get.
We can probably get off this close up and.
Yeah, you want to go back? We'll go back to the main one. Where's my mouse? Oh, it's right by you. So let's go back to camera 1. Okay, you're clear.
You shut that off.
Thank you. Note to self that I have to, when I go to use this again,
don't turn it off.
Give it a little extra time. Well,
yeah.
I don't know what my battery life is. And since I'm not really paying attention, I don't want it to die on us while we're using it. So what I'm going to do...
We need a keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, yes. So here is a keyboard and a mouse over here. And the little Wi-Fi dongle's in the bottom of this mouse.
Okay.
Let's not confuse those. We need a power cable. I've got a power cable right here. Switch the switch off on the back of the power supply. And I need an HDMI cable so that everybody can watch it boot.
Well, this, until we, you don't have any USB headers plugged in, so this won't work, correct?
Back of the board.
Oh. So I can plug this in?
Back of the board.
Back of the board, yeah. I was just testing.
That is.
Are you sure this here right here? Yeah.
Sure, why not? Does it fit?
Is that right?
Yeah, you got it. You just weren't using enough muscle. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Gold star. Now you want to plug that one in?
That one's easy.
Then I'm going to come around here and unplug the wireless camera. I do have 4 inputs, but I'm too lazy to set up the other 3. Okay. I have to go into OBS and add it, and it takes like 4 seconds.
Okay.
And then we're going to turn the power on the keyboard, and I'm going to turn the power on the mouse.
Switch inputs. Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you what, before we switch the inputs, let's keep both inputs on so they can see us at the same time. So I'm going to get around here where the mouse is. And we'll do camera 2. And then for camera 1, I'll just, I don't know, put us somewhere like right here.
Okay.
How's that?
Yep.
Okay, well, it's your build. So
are we ready? You got the fire extinguisher close? No? Okay.
I got my Gatorade.
Okay, all right, okay.
You're gonna push the button on the case?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Right.
Yeah.
You are paying attention. Okay.
No.
PW.
What do you think that stands for?
I don't know. But I'm gonna do it.
Not much of a Wheel of Fortune player.
Yeah, you ready? Here we go.
You gotta let that button go.
And nothing. All right.
Oh, because you remember I switched the power supply in the off position for safety reasons.
Okay.
So I actually forgot, but I was trying to make it look like,
okay.
Duh.
So just press it. Don't hold it.
Yeah. When do you ever hold a button in when you're turning a computer on?
I got fan spin.
Okay. I hear it. What's it gonna do? It's gonna do anything?
If I seated that RAM right.
Hello, computer.
Bueller.
Now, the first boot may take a moment because it's training the memory.
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
So it looks like it's going to try to boot to something. That's a brand new storage drive, so it's got nothing bootable to boot to. And if we take a look, I can't read the screen, so let's bring it full screen for us. What does it say?
Probably it's got the latest BIOS.
So it recognizes our CPU, AMD Ryzen 5 30
with graphics.
Well, obviously, or if there wasn't graphics, we wouldn't be able to read this. It recognizes the DRAM frequency of 2400, which is correct in dual channel mode for a total of 16,000 megabytes, 16 gigs. It recognizes 1 keyboards, 1 mice, 0 mass, and 0 hubs. Then detected ATA API devices. That's where it's looking for basically a DVD or CD or Blu-ray. Devices changed. Press F1 to run setup. So we'll hit F1. F1. There we go.
What's our BIOS? Good question.
So it's kept the date and time. Recognizes the M.2. You see the A data in there, 2 terabytes. And if we scroll down, if I keep scrolling down, okay, or not, it says BIOS version. I was going to point it out, but it's at the bottom there. It's towards the bottom, rather. It says system information, and then it says CPU microcode, and then it says BIOS version and the BIOS build date. Yes? You see that?
I do.
And we're looking at E7A40AMS.AC3.
Okay.
Yeah, that just rolls right off the tongue. So what we can do now is we can go back to the streaming computer here and open a browser tab and type in MSI B450i Gaming Plus AC and let Google search that. And the first link that takes us to MSI.com is the motherboard product page.
Okay.
And then we'll click where it says support, that's in red. There's a support at the top of the page, and then there's a support below that for that product. So the top of the page support is generic support, and then the support down by the product is support for that specific product. Now, they just released a new BIOS for this board on the 1st of February of 2021.
Okay.
So we could show people, I should be able to show people this screen. Window capture. Should be able to select that screen and turn that on. Okay. And what I'm going to do in this window is scroll down, and this is going to have a number of BIOSes in here. And what was the one we said we had?
E7, it was like 2020, or no.
It has to be this one.
E8, that sounds about right, yeah.
Let me go back to the other screen and take a look. People at home can see this better than we can. E7A40 AMS. E7A40 AMS. And if I look back at this page, E7A40.
That's like VAC or something like that.
Yeah, so I want to make sure I'm on the right motherboard. That's the only reason why I'm checking. It says B450i Gaming Plus AC. Well, that's it. So apparently MSIs could be a little clearer with this. And we're just going to download this to the streaming computer. And then this is going to get extracted. Where did we go? Okay, so here we are. So this file is going to get extracted locally here onto the streamer.
I gotta tell you, even outside of the case, that stock cooler's,
it's quiet.
Yeah.
Well, until you start doing something. Okay, so I just want to copy that file onto a flash drive here. So I got a flash drive.
Okay.
Plug that in. My BIOS flash drive is always a small flash drive, like 4 gigs, 2 gigs, something like that, and it's formatted with no files on it, so there's no mistake. Because, well, flashing a BIOS is a relatively safe thing to do. It would be bad if you flash the wrong one or you pick the wrong file. Now, the manufacturer shouldn't even allow you to select it. But I don't want to give the I don't want to test it. Okay. So we've copied the file, and again, you don't have to eject flash drives anymore. Safely eject, you don't have to do that anymore. As long as you're sure that it's not
in the middle of copying.
Yeah, writing, particularly writing files. So what we can do now that we've got the latest BIOS here is I want to go full screen with us. Okay, so here's the latest BIOS file. And because this is on, it's really important we don't have anything metal touch this anywhere, on top, below, anywhere. And this is a metal flash drive. So I want to be very careful. Folks at home, if you're not, and you shouldn't have your hand right there. What you want to try and do is anywhere you're going to touch a computer, maybe a big heatsink like right here, because when I push this in, it's going to want to slide back. I could also, maybe if I'm careful, grab the shroud around this fan, which is where I'm inclined to go for my comfort. Make sure it's fully seated and give it a moment to be recognized. It still may require a reboot on some motherboards.
Okay.
All right, so in an ideal scenario, if I was teaching a class, I'd say don't
do this with it
don't
running.
do it with power on.
Right.
When you have 20, 30 years of experience and you want to make that judgment call because you know the risk and you know your skill and you know that's your decision. But if you're just learning, it's sort of like I remember when I learned how to drive and I would like crank the radio up and it distracted me from driving. But after a while, I got so used to driving, then the radio was no longer a distraction. So I was trying to operate at a higher level than I was at. So that's sat long enough. Let's see if it recognizes it. Let's go back over to this screen here. And somewhere we should have
M flash.
Yeah, M flash. So if we move this over to M flash, select one file, I'll push enter. System will auto reboot with default settings loaded and entering M flash. It's great English here. Do you want to run M flash? Yes. So I guess this is different. I didn't know I was going to do this. So now you're going to see no signal on your screen. That means that the motherboard is not outputting a video signal, but you can still hear us
talking.
Yeah. So, okay, here we go. Now the M flash utility will run in just a moment. You'll see we've got the, there it goes, says enter flash mode. Wow, that's like old school. And you want to use that mouse there, Mitch, for me? And it says select BIOS ROM file to flash, and it shows file system 0. Is that mouse moving? Click it once. There it goes.
Click that.
Yeah, click once. Click once. That's the file on the flash drive, by the way, that we just copied. Now, at this point, you just want to leave everything alone.
Yeah.
Don't touch the mouse. Don't touch the keyboard.
Be patient.
You can touch yourself, but don't touch the computer. Leave it alone. This is going to take a few minutes. This is normal. When people, in my experience, when people have a problem with flashing a BIOS, it's because they were impatient. Just leave it alone and let it do its thing. And we should see some progress here. I'll just keep this on the BIOS screen. They know what we look like. and missed a few contributions, it appears. So let's see what we've got. Rick Hubbard, watching us from England, contributes £5. He goes, here I am, late again. Good evening, all. Hey, Rick's the guy who sent me the Corsair 200R case filled with the smoky bacon.
Oh, right, yeah, those chips
yeah.
from London. Rick, I did try those. I liked them, yeah.
Yeah, what a shock. They're bacon flavored.
Yeah.
If you didn't like them, I'd be worried.
Yeah.
And then Rick contributes again, £20. He goes, here's a little something for you and Mitch to go for a drink. Happy birthday, Mitch. That's very kind. David DeWitt with a $5 contribution says, an early live show. Yay. I remember when this was the normal time for a show. Now it's considered early. Winston Liu, watching us from Canada, contributes $5 Canadian and says, happy birthday, Mitch of Canada. And then it says something, you want to pronounce that in French?
What? Bonnie anniversary?
Bon anniversary.
Mitch de Canada.
Mitch de, I don't know.
Did you ever, from Detroit, did you ever used to go over to Windsor on occasion?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Windsor was 14 miles from my house.
And then you had a choice of either the bridge or the tunnel.
Yeah,
the tunnel, right? We kind of mixed it up.
The Holland Tunnel and the Ambassador Bridge.
Sometimes we do the bridge, or other times the tunnel. It just depended on the traffic as to which one was less is what we chose. So these were little family, like go for a day kind of a thing. Like we didn't stay the night and
there.
Drop you off, and somehow you would find your way back. I mean, is that kind of family outing?
Well, I'm not Canadian, am I?
Oh, no.
But what happened, my dad would sometimes pick the tunnel, and you're driving under the Detroit River.
Right.
And he'd say, oh, is that a leak?
Right.
Do I see it leaking right there?
Yeah.
Is that water dripping?
Give you great anxiety.
I don't know why my dad would pick the tunnel over the bridge other than...
It was interesting.
I think he did it for the fun of it.
Right.
You know, like I don't think it was about the line. I know the Ambassador Bridge is owned by a family. That's not a government-owned bridge.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a family that owns that bridge. But thank you guys for the contributions.
Yeah,
Thanks to Winston and David and Rick Hubbard and Ghost Shadow and Chris's Channel of Technology and Angel and Rick Rubisat and Irving T and Mario Well and Geo Johnson and Thomas Backenstow and Ricky B, Tim Allen, Jesse Kirk, Peter Laycock, and Paul O'Brien. Thanks you guys so much for continuing to support the channel.
It's been a great birthday. Not being here, but later. a great birthday.
It's gonna be a great
birthday.
It's not one yet, but it's gonna be as soon as you leave.
But I can't have too many drinks because tomorrow in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, the high is going to be 84. So I got a couple of guys said, you know, we ought to take a ride out to on the motorcycles out to maybe Canyon Lake, and so
people need to Google that. Google Canyon
Lake, and so maybe two nice glasses of beer tonight, and that's my limit. So, big ones, but not
Steins,
but no shots. You know, people, Mitch, let me buy you a shot, and I'm not a.
What's the drink with the shot in the beer? What's that called?
Boilermaker.
Oh, that's a Boilermaker. Yeah. Isn't there one? It's a bomber.
Sake bomber.
Sake bomber?
But you gotta like sake.
Isn't it like a B-52 or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Isn't there like a black and brown and... You know what I'm talking about?
And then with
golden tan.
And then, I don't know. You know, the cool people, you used to drop the shot glass in there and drink it. And then
that sounds like it's totally safe.
Then you had to...
No germs on that.
Then it was cool if you hung on to the shot glass, but I'm like, not with my old teeth. You can forget that.
Yeah,
I just sip it, and then I'll use my hand to pull the shot.
I like everything separated.
Yeah.
You know, the plates with dividers on it are made for a guy like me.
Man, it's a slow BIOS. Although I can't read that, I could go up closer, but
well, I can make it. Oh, I can make it so we can read it. Our screen, folks, it's not just age. The screen we're looking at is very, very small, and I have to manually tell OBS to broadcast that full screen to us.
Yeah, 70%.
Yeah, so it's getting there, and this is a bit slower than what I'm accustomed to, but whatever it takes, you know, it's really not going to be very long. Even if it's longer than
And my question to you is not that this would ever happen, but if you were to have a power outage now,
it would suck.
it would brick that motherboard, right? Maybe the old times it used to, where you were done. You had to either send that back, claiming that it didn't
Sometimes
work.
there's a way to recover the BIOS with some motherboard, like Gigabyte has the dual BIOS, backup BIOS. But yes, if I lived somewhere where we had frequent power outages, I would do this on a UPS. Then I wouldn't have to worry about it. The power went out, and I could even do this on, if it's a healthy UPS. Then it should power it for like up to 15 minutes or longer. If the UPS is several years old on its original batteries, well, then who knows? But
But if you really, in your 30 years, have you ever been doing a BIOS where the power went out?
I've had it. So in the day, you could put the wrong BIOS on.
Yeah.
And that would cause problems. And I've had it where the BIOS file itself was corrupted.
Okay.
Like the download for whatever reason didn't succeed, and I didn't know. And but the modern bricking a board, I think the only time I've ever bricked a board with a BIOS update was putting the wrong BIOS on it. Was my fault.
Okay, and here we are at 100%.
Yeah, but even at 100%, it's probably still going to reboot to do some finalizing
2 or 3 times.
So you'll see it says, no signal, which means it's automatically restarted itself.
The board shut down.
And we're not touching anything, folks. We're just looking at the screen no differently than you are. And this is to underscore the importance of not touching it, because you'll go blind. No, wait, that's something else.
So it's only shut down now. Is this?
Now it's going to start up again, but it still may not be done with the BIOS. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll see. Let's see what it does. Patience. Oh, it's pretty. Remove disks or other media, press any key to restart. That means the BIOS update is successful. So what we can do here now is we'll bring us back on screen and go ahead and tap that power button. Just press and release the power button, and we should see the fan turn off. Excellent.
And so now
I can pull this flash drive out. And we'll never need this BIOS file again unless we had a bunch of these same boards to do. But I'm gonna, after we're done, I'll clean this, just erase the file. And now we can install Windows 10. So here's Windows 10. And we'll plug that into one of these red ports. And then go ahead and hit the power button again for me, and we'll do the Windows 10 install. So once more, if we go back to the no signal screen in just a moment, that's going to boot. And the only thing it can boot from right now is that flash drive, right? So we don't have to go into the BIOS and tell it what to boot from.
It'll see it. It'll see that spinning circle.
Now look at that weird graphics stuff up there.
Yeah.
That's a little disturbing.
Boom. There we are. Now you may have to go full
Now anybody who's familiar with my channel knows what I'm about to do, which is...
So smoke them if you got them.
We're going to click next. Install. And then I click, I don't have a product key right here.
But I do. I'll do it at
it'll
home.
be Windows 10 Pro. Next. Then it's going to want me to agree to the end user license agreement. You don't have a choice. Next. Custom. Always choose custom on a new install. And if you have more than one drive, just postpone hooking up anything other than your boot drive. So you won't have it this
confusing.
Yeah, you won't know, like, oh, is it drive 0? Is it drive 1? So there's only one drive, and that's that ADATA 8100.
Yep.
And that's the 2 terabyte drive, which shows up here at 1907 gigs. That's all normal. Just hit next, and now it's going to automatically partition, format, and install Windows 10.
And it's fast. You know, it loads fast compared to the old days.
Windows 10. Yeah, go and install Windows XP sometime. You're going to be a while. So yeah, this is...
Remember, it was either a lot of floppies. Maybe chat doesn't even remember the 5 1/4 floppies. Then they went to the hard shell. What were those, 3 1/2 or something?
3.5 inch floppies.
Floppies, and they had about
so they had the
7
5 1/4. Yeah,
the real.
And then each OS, you had more and more because the OS kept growing and expanding. And we should be able to put ourselves back up there. Oh, I got to use the right mouse. So put that one over there. I'll grab this one over here, and then I'll put us. Wrong one. I have to select our camera, and then I can resize it.
All right.
Here, I can make us look like we're part of the install.
Windows.
Here, let me just move it over there. Yeah. There, that's good.
Without me. Okay. Windows 10 Pro. Throw your voice. Ventriloquist.
And a contribution came in from John Rice for $10. He says, I've finally arrived. Happy birthday, Mitch.
Well, thank you, John.
Matt Power, here's $5. Please give it to Mitch. Give what?
I will say on the motorcycle, on the front, it came with a GoPro mount. So I'll be saving my loose change and getting a...
Matt, I don't think I have $5.
Getting a GoPro.
Matt, you're going to have to get 15 more. The smallest I got's a 20.
Okay.
I got a 10. If you want to give another 5. Shush, I'm trying. I'm working this for you.
Okay, yeah. $5.
Hold on. There's 1 for you, 1 for me. 2 for you, 1, 2 for me.
No,
3 for you, 1, 2, 3 for me.
4 for me. How come your pile's big?
It's
all right. Here we go.
Just because I have smaller hands, it looks bigger. So Windows 10 is just doing everything on its own at this point. Ghost Shadow mentions they had 8 and 9-inch floppies. I do remember the 8-inch floppies because my dad worked on those older IBM mainframes, and he would bring those home.
Not those spools though.
No. These just look like a 5 1/4-inch floppy.
But they were
But they were like yay big.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the album cover for New Order? They had the song Blue Monday. It looks like a giant 12-inch floppy disk.
Oh.
Yeah. Google tags. Windows 95 came on 13 3.5-inch discs. That's from Niall Daly.
13.
Yeah. Please insert disk 1.
Right.
Please insert disk 2.
Obviously, they were labeled because if you had them in your hand and tripped, they went all over.
I can't insert disk 2.
Right.
Why not? Because disk 1 is in there.
There.
Well, but when they tell you to insert disk 2, they're assuming you know to remove disk 1.
Right.
Well, they didn't say to remove disk 1. They just said to insert disk 2, and it won't go in. That's a real
technical call. Yeah. Just like the one that the grandmother said, when the cup holder comes out of my desktop,
the cup holder, it's always
it won't fit my glass. So I needed a bigger cup holder. Man, that's the cup holder.
And Nicholas says, "Good afternoon, Carey, and happy birthday." How many happy birthdays? What's the most happy birthdays you've ever received?
2. No.
I didn't mean over the course of your life.
Oh, okay.
I just meant like on your birthday.
Yeah, today it's been definitely a record. So, and we did a birthday build 2 years ago, where we built that. I brought it was a Corsair 450D. That was looking similar to your 200R, but again,
it's got a case window on it.
But it had a case.
It's a little taller.
Yeah, a little taller. It had 2 140mm fans.
Well, that video's here on the channel
that I liked. Yeah, back when I had long hair.
Hippie.
Chop that off. Yeah.
You finally grew up, huh?
Yeah, that was a.
Gonna get a job?
That was a 10-year.
Oh, that's crazy talk.
Yeah. It was limiting the acting roles I could go out for. So my commercial agent was constantly going, "You got to cut that hair. I can't send you out with long hair. If you had short hair, I could send you out all the time because you don't look your age. Just send you for roles that are men in their mid-40s and just don't tell anybody your real age. But you got to cut that hair." And I was like, okay, I guess.
Hollywood and their stereotypes. Yeah. What are you going to do? It's their rules, their game.
Yeah.
Mats Olov contributes 100 Swedish krona. He says, "Hey, Mitch, we have birthdays on the same day. So here's another person Yep. We've had another birthday.
And I'll give you some trivia. I do know, that's good English. I do know 2 other actors that have birthdays on the 5th. I think the late Rex Harrison, who starred in My Fair Lady.
Rex Harrison is who Seth MacFarlane is trying to impersonate with Stewie's voice.
Yeah, he was born on the 5th, and Judd Hirsch, the lead of Taxi,
what's happening?
Born on the 5th as well.
Oh, so. Judd Hirsch?
Yeah.
I can't read the screen, but this doesn't look normal.
Yeah.
Why did my PC restart? There's a problem keeping us from getting your PC ready to use. Well, we're done. Happy birthday.
How do you like them?
Make sure your PC is plugged in. Oh, if my PC wasn't plugged in. They mean if it's a laptop.
Oh, wasn't there something where we were supposed to click, I don't have internet, or is that to
We haven't gotten there yet, as far as I know.
Okay.
But it wants to install an update for some reason. That's weird. Well, I'm going to click next anyway, see what it does, without giving it internet access. It wants to install some sort of an update. Make sure your PC is plugged in. If the PC uses Wi-Fi, select next. Well, I've selected next and it's not accepting it.
This is why it's live, folks. Problems and all.
Well, I said that RAM may be, these AMD systems in the RAM drives me just crazy. And I know some people just get lucky. Some people do the research, Maybe I can see the hard drive activity light here on our...
Yeah, maybe I didn't seat the RAM good enough.
Well, I mean, it flashed.
It recognized it in the BIOS.
I'm just going to hit reset.
Okay.
And let's see what it does.
So you think it's possible that the RAM...
Anytime I see stuff like that...
Not that you put on the wrong BIOS, all right?
No.
No, because that would have
told you.
These days, it won't let you. It'll tell you that's not,
And I could reset the BIOS settings. I'm assuming it did that when the... So you can see there, see how the logo got smaller?
Yeah.
And more refined. So it's definitely loading a driver there. But now it's... Let's see if we can click next. Now that's coming up. Okay.
Skip this stuff.
Skip it. Skip.
Tumalu, my darling. Okay.
Why is it not? Oh, right here.
Right there, yeah.
You actually have to click the word, not the button.
How long have you been doing this?
Well, apparently...
Not long.
There's still more to learn.
Yeah, okay.
So this all seems to be going like it should. I don't know what's up with that. I don't see any problem here.
I don't have internet.
See this down here? Because otherwise it's going to force us to make a Microsoft account.
Continue.
So it's going to, this is basically like saying, are you sure?
Yeah.
No, let me think about it. I'll get back to you. What name do you want to put in here? Cindy Brady?
What is this case called? Liam Lee or something?
Yeah, it's a lianli TU100. Really?
I don't know. That's fine. Liam Lee or whatever. Call it that. I mean, or, mini build. Birthday build 2. Because we already did birthday build 1. So then I'll know. I think, yeah. Call it what you want.
What's wrong with Mitch?
Okay.
Or Mitch 2021 or...
Mitch is good enough. Oh.
Mitch.
Next.
Enter.
And now we turn all these off but location.
Yeah, I have no idea what that little error thing was about. Well, whatever it was seems to have not prevented us from finishing.
But, that was good because,
Well, no, it's bad because it did something it's not supposed to do. Does that mean there's something intermittent? Right now I'm worried.
Okay.
So
I'm Mitch. Glad to meet you. Worried.
Oh, we've known each other a long time based on the wrinkles on that forehead.
Not my face. So.
Just got this one yesterday. Yeah. Took it out of a package. Have you seen those realistic Halloween masks?
Yeah.
Did you see the video of the guy who has the
The face mask.
The face mask that looks like the bottom of his face.
Face with the mask pulled down. I thought that
and he
was...
says, well, no, he had the mask up. And somebody goes, would you mind wearing your mask? He says,
and he went like
pulls
this.
it down. He goes, I am.
And the guy went...
And they're like, oh, where'd you get that?
Where'd you get that? And I'm like, that was pretty creative.
Yeah.
So whatever photograph he took, it beautifully blended right to... Right, just looked like
had the right skin tone.
Yeah, just like the rest of his face. I'm like, this could take several minutes. Again, be patient.
Let's see here. Armando Garcia contributes $5. Says, hey everyone, sorry I'm late. I had to deal with a customer's exploding laptop battery, which is why you should always check the voltage and amps on laptops. Thank you, Armando. Frankie B contributes $50.
Frankie.
Hey, Frankie, thank you. Frankie's also very generous and frequent supportive community member here. Thank you, Frankie. He says, Carey and Mitch, happy birthday. Well, it's not my birthday, but we could say it is. Armando Garcia, again, with $2. Ghost Shadow with $2. It said you should have used the username Toto.
Could have, yeah.
Okay, now we're at the desktop, and I can go ahead and I can, again, very carefully unplug this flash drive. Remember, power is still flowing through there, so you got to be very, very careful. And if you're not an experienced technical person, never do that with the power on. Right. I'm doing something because I have paid my dues.
Now we can turn it off.
No, because now I want to plug an Ethernet cable into it.
Oh, you want to do all that?
Let's go for the Windows updates.
You sure?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I mean, if there's a problem, I want to see it it's out of the case.
Yeah, and we're live, that's true.
And then it's easy to change some stuff out. So I just need to get an Ethernet cable.
Because I, of course, at home have Cox, we'll give them a plug, Cox Gigablast. 1,000 down, and what do we get up?
35?
35, 36
That's
up.
so sad.
You know, I don't know when they're going to be, if ever, fiber in the neighborhood. I would love it.
I'll get that Starlink.
I'll pay. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go to the back of the router. And then
What are the speeds that they can expect on that Starlink? Not 1,000 down.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
And it also depends how many people are on it.
Right.
Do I cut the blue wire or the red wire?
Yeah.
All right. Give that a second to initialize, and then I should be able to.
Wasn't that at the end of The Abyss with Ed Harris, where he's down there in the ocean, and there were two wires, but he couldn't tell the color?
I was thinking of the Mandalorian.
Oh, I was thinking of Mission
Baby Yoda.
Mission Impossible. Yeah.
And then there's that. How many times has that been done?
Yeah. Or on Guardian of the Galaxy, where he's like, Baby Groot. I just told you not to cut.
Yeah, exactly. Good example. All right, let's go to settings, update and security.
And like you said, the second you plug it in, the Ethernet, it might start looking for these things.
Oh,
so,
absolutely. It would have already started some of these.
Yeah.
But look, it's all drivers. You see, it's all AMD drivers, which is good.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a while. Do you have any thick books you want to start reading?
Yeah.
Armando Garcia says, here's $2 towards Mitch's
70th? Does that say 7?
Does it say 10? I can't.
Or 10, yeah.
Hold on, let me get close. Towards Mitch's 10. Oh, $2 towards Mitch's $10.
Oh, $10.
Because they got the 5.
5, right.
Then the 2, and I said the smallest I had was a 10. I see. Very good. We got there. Thank you. CCTV user says, I love seeing Mish on screen. So I guess I got to go back to Mish again.
Must be my youthful good looks.
Paid your dues is a labor union saying. Well, I sort of belong to a union.
Me too. Screen Actors Guild.
Woo!
When is the Oscars? They delayed it 2 months, so I think it's.
I was thinking Union of the Snake, but that's something.
And Duran. I think Oscars end of March. I think, yeah.
Chris Mole says that's the Abyss. Yeah.
Yeah.
UK is ripping out all copper, and most of the UK should have fiber in the next 10 years. And Chris Mole with a $5 contribution mentions the Abyss again. Thank you, Chris. Matt Power also mentions Lethal Weapon. I think they did that.
Yeah.
And Juan the Panda with $2 said, I passed my A+ exam yesterday thanks to your videos. Right on. Who knew a panda could become a tech?
Yep.
And that's a higher level up than a raccoon. Thank you, Juan. How we doing? They're still just doing updates.
Yeah. So I hope everyone's having a great Friday. What's the temperature here in Phoenix? It's beautiful out there. So
it's gonna be in the 80s today.
No, not that high.
You think I'm joking?
I wish I was.
What's that say?
Did that say 82?
It's 82.
And how are you? All right. Okay. Wow. Didn't feel like it, but
it is 82 today. So summer is coming.
Coming to the Southwest.
I know it sounds like Game of Thrones, but here in Phoenix, winter is coming is good news.
Yeah.
It's not an ominous threat.
And you'll like this, Carey, on my, I know when you ride your motorcycle, you should pay attention, but on the side of my helmet, I have a thing where then I can plug in earplugs or ear pods, whether they're wireless or wired. I prefer wired. And then I can listen to music on my phone. I can make and take phone calls while I'm riding. Very dangerous.
Oh yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
To take a phone call.
No, the fact they got that all built into the helmet, right?
It's a little device that mounted on the side.
But don't they also have it built in like the race car drivers have?
Yep, they do. And so again, to receive it, if somebody's calling me, I just have to tap just the side of the unit, so it's not I have to
side of the helmet.
Just the device itself.
Well, how can you touch it if the helmet's on?
Because it's on the outside of the.
Oh, it's on the outside of the helmet. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that
so and then
probably makes more sense. Planet Cryos has contributed $5 and says, I missed his prior contribution. How did I do that? How did I just...
there it is.
Oh, there. Yeah. Oh, because it was right after we talked Ghost Shadow mentioned using Toto as the username. Planet Cryos with a $20 contribution says, hey, Carey and Mitch, I really like your intros you use and the different options you have for them. And I was wondering, are they made through PowerDirector alone or are they paid from a site? Well, they're all from different things. Some people have created them and mailed them to me. I made one for the fun of it. My sister made the majority of them with, I think, Adobe Premiere. And then I think there's some templates she has to download, and then you modify the existing template with your own logos.
Yep. And
then I think she had to license music. This intro here, the dubstep intro is what we call it. So I think that one didn't have any music. So she found the music. She had to pay for the music. But you may find other YouTube channels using it. You'll be like, wow, that's really similar to Carey's, but a different logo. Because we all are using the same template in that case.
Yeah.
But most of these are template based, and you can customize them.
Yeah. Oh, and while we were talking about certain people with March 5th birthdays, like mine, another one that just popped into my head, I don't know why, is Eva Mendes.
Why do I know that name?
She's married to Ryan Gosling. her birthday's March 5th. Yeah, that just reminded me, yeah.
And Niall Bauer says, here's the other $3.
Okay. 10 spot.
No, the 10's gone. I need 20 now.
Okay.
No, wait. If they give more than I have,
okay.
I'm not cheap. Just take it. No, take it.
Didn't you just mint this yesterday?
Hey, I'll have you know that I get those from the finest bars in town. Peter Vigian contributes 10 pounds. Says, happy birthday, Mitch. Rex Harrison's middle name was Carey.
Oh, okay.
Was it Carey?
Yeah. Somebody go on Google and see if Uncle Mitch is right. Eva Mendes, the actress, very, very beautiful. I think her birthday is today, March 5th.
Eva Mendes.
Born March 5th.
She's 47. How old did you say you were?
102, yeah.
No, not your temperature.
Yeah, okay.
So Zdravko Frankovic has contributed 100. I can never remember what that is. They're like, is it Croatian? I forget. I can never remember what the H. I always think Hong Kong when I see the H and the K, and it couldn't be further from what it is.
Well, happy birthday, Eva.
Your
husband's a hell of an actor, and I loved you in the Will Ferrell movie.
She's not watching, dude.
Yeah, in the Will Ferrell movie, the other guys. Yeah, okay.
$15.73 is 100 Croatian kuna. And that was just contributed by Zdravko. Thank you, Zdravko. Susan Harris says, happy birthday, Mitch. I hope Susan got the right cable she needs because I sent her one of the veteran giveaway computers.
Yeah.
But she needs HDMI. And those have, I think they've got DVI. Some of them have DVI.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure they all have DisplayPort. And then she wasn't able to use it because she didn't have the right cable. So I hope she got that sorted out. Giant Pants contributes $5. Here's another $5 from me. Happy birthday, young man. Go play some video games.
Go on Google again and see.
I don't have a 5, so you guys, I need 50. The next size bill I have is a 20.
Go on Google again and see if I was right on actor Judd Hirsch from Taxi.
What do I need to? You're right here. You have all of
I was wrong. Okay.
Oh, his birthday is March 15th. He's 85?
Jeez.
Wow. I had no idea. I enjoyed him on the show Numbers. And of course, Taxi.
And Big Bang Theory.
Sometimes he was on Big Bang
Theory. Yeah. He played Leonard's father.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madi Yoel contributes $2. Of course, Madi's birthday is Sunday.
40 again.
Ricky B says March 5th birthdays include Eva Mendes, Dean Stockwell, Penn Jillette from Penn and Teller.
Oh, that's right.
Kevin Connolly and
Jolene.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Who that is. Jolene.
I forgot. Yeah, Penn Jillette of Penn and Teller. Yeah.
Penn Jillette.
Yeah.
Well, these updates are going to take a while, huh? The good news is, and for anybody who's kind of like wondering what's the next step, like this is literally done. There's only 4 screws, one in each corner, that secure the motherboard inside of this case. We can hook this one fan up because there's only basically one fan header left. Wow. And then we can hook the cabling up to the DVD drive.
And your audio.
Oh, the audio, the front port.
Umbilicals.
Yeah. And
that's it, yeah.
The build is done, right? Because at that point, once the cable management is done, and it's critical, even though you don't have any cable management consideration in this case. In other words, the manufacturer didn't give you any tracks or anything. So it's really important you tie your cables up so that they don't impede or hit any of the fans and prevent them from turning. Because you're going to pick this up and move it around, and the covers are going to be on. You're not going to see what's going on in there. And if the fans don't turn on, you may not even realize it. Right. The system's going to run hot. So if you do a good job with the cable management, because there's no case windows on this case, it doesn't have to look pretty. You just need to make sure that those cables stay secure and there's no way for them to sort of move around or shift in a way that could cause them to block or interfere with one of the fans, right? So you'll notice one of the side panels we took off has holes on the side.
Yeah.
And that's so the power supply can pull air in from, just in case you were curious.
Right.
If you looked at the side panel here, the reason why this one side panel has holes in it is that's going to align with where the power supply is drawing air in.
Gotcha.
Because this is metal, I want to keep it far away from a running computer. I started to realize that as I was lowering it. I'm like, nope, not worth it. Under normal circumstances, I don't like operating a system out of the case. But because this case is so tiny, well, I don't want to have to take it out, put it in together.
And I used to, on all my 5 builds that I've done as myself, I've assembled it and then put the motherboard and everything in the case, gambling that I did it right. And
it's not really a gamble. Most cases are super easy to work on.
Right. Again, because you really do mids and full towers. There's plenty of room, and you can get in there, and it's just these little guys.
And this thing is just torturing me. What are we waiting on here? Well, it says these are all pending. This one's at 93%. This one's at 32%. Then after that, there's this great big update here, which is optional, but I'll throw it on because, you know, OCD. So it's almost downloaded. But the internet here is pretty slow. But at least I know when you go home with it that you'll be able to just plug it in and use it. And I won't have to worry.
Right.
Did Mitch do those updates like I told him to?
Yeah. And even though the motherboard comes with the little Wi-Fi antennas, which I certainly will take with me, I'm all about, in my place, hardwire. I hardwire everything.
As you should be.
Except the only thing that's wireless is my Nest thermostat, but I like being able to check the temp and change it when I'm traveling. So,
Jolene Blalock was in Star Trek Enterprise and Starship Troopers. Never really watched either one of those. I saw Starship Troopers once, and it wasn't as good as the book, right? Never hear that. Since when is a movie not as good as a book? Little Robert Heinlein.
I'll bet you can't remember the last time you went to the theater to see a movie in the theater.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Oh, okay.
The last Star Wars movie.
Oh.
Ciro de Blaise says, I'm waiting for both of you to eat the best margarita pizza in the world. You must be in Italy. Is he in Naples?
My dad and I went to Italy. We did Venice and Rome, and that was it, I think. Just those 2 cities, and then left Italy.
The good news about these updates, well, they are taking a long time to download. Once they're downloaded, it's a pretty fast machine, so they should install much, much faster. And Ron Hillier reminds us those antennae are not just for Wi-Fi, but also for Bluetooth.
Oh, okay. Then
So I would attach them.
Yeah, definitely.
Even if you don't plan to use them.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, for Bluetooth. Yeah.
Let's see. Sir Reginald Rex Carey Harrison was born March 5th, 1908. Jim Maloney says Star Wars Episode 8 was the last movie I saw in the theater. Before that, Star Wars Episode 7. You didn't see 9?
I just saw, I think it was a month or 2 ago, Tom Hanks did a movie called News of the World.
Never heard of it.
And I went, it's kind of a Western. And I went to the theater, and I hadn't been, in about a year, and it was great. There were only 10 people in the theater, but it was great to be in a, with that beautiful Dolby Atmos and that big screen.
Well, I can't wait to not get invited to parties again.
Right. Okay.
What did you do yesterday? Oh, I was at a party. Oh, well, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah.
What? Nothing?
Nothing.
Whose party did you go to? Oh, Bob's. The Bob I know? Yeah. Oh, okay.
My best friend?
Interesting.
Yeah, okay.
So, but was this just like a private little thing? There was like 200 people there. It was a total blowout. Cops showed up. A couple people got arrested. It was a great time. Oh, you didn't invite me.
Now, did you say the big Windows update is every spring and fall?
Correct.
So when you mean spring, is it in April, or is there a particular month that big one?
Well, there's the date they want to release it, and then there's the date they do release it, right? Because they may have some problems or other issues that prevent its.
Was it typically the end of March or in April? I don't even remember this. I just remember.
Well, think about the Windows numbers, like 1903. That would be the third month of 2019. So that's March, yeah.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, that update never came out in March. It came out sometime in April. So the March update comes out in April.
Okay.
It's kind of like your cell phone plan.
Yeah.
The $34.99 cell phone plan is $39.07 after taxes.
Yeah.
I love asking the people that.
But is the spring or the fall the big one? The
spring one is the bigger one, and the fall one is sort of the refinement.
Okay.
Here, let me give you the stage for a moment. I'm going to go off camera. I'm going to step, not off camera, but off screen for a moment.
Screen.
I'll mute my mic, but
I'll take the floor.
Yeah, okay. It's all about Mitch. It's your birthday.
Okay.
It's your show.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, in the chat, since you already know Carey and I grew up in Michigan, people watching, put down where you're from. Let me see it. All over this globe. And certainly thanks for all the birthday wishes. It's just, been a great birthday. It's almost been like a tradition where 2 years ago we built me a mid-tower computer that I'm still using to this day as my main driving computer. And what motorcycle do I have? It's a 2014 Suzuki MR109. I guess they consider that a cruiser. The nickname is Bumblebee because its theme is black and yellow. So, but it's only got about 12,000 miles on it. I'm very good friends with the man that owned it. He kept it meticulous records, and he wants to buy it back because I'm only gonna ride for 2 years, and that's it. And so he'll probably buy it back from me. Got a big trip coming up to Vegas. I thought on Easter Sunday I would drive from here, Phoenix to Wickenburg. That's about, that might be a couple-hour drive, stop for lunch, and then Wickenburg into Las Vegas. That ought to be about 3.5. So I'll do that Easter Sunday and then stay Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in Vegas and come back. I want to try that as a trip to see if I enjoy riding that much, because if international travel does not open up this summer, then I would like to take the motorcycle and go up the Pacific Coast Highway all the way to Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver and home. And so again, I don't know whether that would take me a couple of weeks, 3 weeks. There's no rush because I'm retired, so, but that would be a big ride. And so I don't know whether I want to do that by car or the bike. Everyone tells me it's a beautiful ride on the motorcycle, but they did have part of the Pacific Coast Highway slide down about a month ago, just north or south of Big Sur. So there is a gap there, but I've read that the reroute is only about, I don't know, 20 miles. It's not like it's going to be 100 miles to get around the break in the road. But yeah, I'm hopeful international travel opens up, and away I'll go for 2 or 3 months internationally. Hong Kong, Singapore, the Philippines, and probably Vietnam. So that'll be a big trip. So we'll just see if that opens up. If not, I'll do the road trip on either the car or the bike. So yeah, Carey wasn't kidding. Boy, this is pokey. I'm just so spoiled with that gigablast internet. It's just lightning fast. So yeah, so that's that. Someone says, just jump that. Well, when I saw the photograph of just how much of the highway slid for that mudslide, that would be quite a jump. But I don't know. As some of you in chat know, I have a brother who lives in Eagle, Colorado, and I may, in June, the beginning of June, I may take the motorcycle Phoenix to Moab, Utah. Is about a 7.5 hour drive. Then I would do overnight, and then into my brother's is another 3. So that would might make a nice ride too, to prep me for that long one up to PCH. So
hey Mitch, you want to drink?
Yeah. How about is there any more of that very nice lemonade?
Mm-hmm. Very nice lemonade?
Yeah.
You mean the sugar?
Your lemon. Very nice flavor. So yeah.
Are you driving?
No. So that's the plans, and with any luck, yeah, I'll be able to travel, say, in July or August. Hopefully international travel will open up, and I would like to do it because I was all set to go last summer, and we know what happened. So there you go. How we doing? Oh my gosh.
Just gonna stand off camera.
And Crunch, you're on mute, so
I'll be totally silent. You won't even know I'm here.
Yeah. Did you turn yours back on? Your mic back on, or are you still on mute? Mm-mm.
Well, that's with mute on. I'm very crunchy.
Yeah.
You want some munchos?
Yeah. Love these as a kid growing up in Michigan. Even though they call them potato crisps, I can't believe they eat.
These used to say $2 only. Now it says $2.29 only.
Oh.
They really made a difference on that 29 cents.
Oh. Yeah.
These are anti-static chips.
I swear there's no potatoes used. God knows what they use in that song.
They used to be potatoes.
And will it be tough getting that motherboard in? It won't be. It's obviously on this side of the case because there's a.
We'll have to power supply.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's just 4 screws. Super easy.
Yep.
I just figure I'd have some chips with the chips.
Yeah. Yeah, this will be my littlest machine, my little desktop. I think, Carey, I could almost fit this in one of my saddlebags on my motorcycle.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you probably could. Yeah. Here, use a coaster. My Remus Computer Solutions coasters.
Ah.
So the flickering, that's the driver installing, the video driver.
Video.
Wayne Trexler contributes $1.49. Hey, thank you, Wayne. Wayne also got one of the veteran giveaway computers.
Ah.
Crisps and what you guys call chips. Chips are what you call French fries. Actually, these are crisps. They say crisps right on the bag. Pringles and Munchos by United States Food Labeling, because they are formed potatoes and not not natural.
Those had to come out the mid-'70s, because I think I remember as a kid those in vending machines.
I used to get them at the hockey arena.
Mm. Where was that, Olympia? Olympia, there in Detroit?
No, not that hockey arena.
Oh.
I wasn't, at 7 years old, I wasn't playing for the Red Wings.
No, okay.
Do you know there's a former Coyotes hockey player who is now a Phoenix police officer?
Hmm.
I don't know where that came up. Here, you want to hold this?
Ooh.
That's like rarer than hen's teeth.
Yeah, gold.
They're going to have to walk up close for them to see it.
Try not to salivate when you see this bad boy. Ooh. Look at that. Gorgeous. Just gorgeous.
People think that those don't actually exist. They're made of unobtainium.
Yeah. This and the dodo bird. Very
rare?
Very rare.
Yeah, the dodo bird
Tough
especially.
Tough to find. And so, does this take 2 slots or 3? This
2.
is 2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've had some as big that take.
But you wouldn't want to put anything below it because it would block those fans.
Yeah.
And for what that costs,
Yeah.
I mean, it should be $600, but it's like $1,700 now.
I mean, you could do some wicked gaming and video editing.
Oh yeah, I suck at gaming, but with that card, I would totally be better at my gaming skills.
With that bad boy.
Like I used to not be able to drive, and then I bought a really high-end expensive car, and now I'm a much better driver. Also, used to have a problem walking, but I got these new shoes, and now I'm the best walker. That's how life works. If you just pay for expensive things, then you can be a jerk and do whatever you want and be good at it.
And then chat my brand new Porsche that I just bought. I was nervous that somebody was going to steal it, so I had the windshield ground to my eyeglass prescription.
There you go.
So thieves get in and go, what the heck?
But people keep asking you for help because they saw the 911 on the side and thought you were emergency response.
No.
Where are we at on these installs? Is it waiting for me to push a button or something? No, it's still downloading on. My gosh. That is forever. I have seen it hang up, like just kind of freeze, and I lose my patience on it. And what I found is like if I click download and install on this one, then it kind of does, it sort of forces it to...
You think so, huh?
That's what I've seen. See, it doesn't say downloading anymore, does it?
No.
Now it says it's downloading this one now.
Ah.
So let's just grab them all. Why not?
Yeah.
That's the only downside of a slow internet connection is getting that first round of Windows updates out.
Yeah. And
especially like with the AMD system, you can see how many of these are basically chipset drivers.
Yep.
But these aren't going to be the latest ones. I'll have to go to AMD's website to download the latest chipset drivers. Only because they just came out a few weeks back. So I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think these are the latest drivers from AMD. But they're better than not having any.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong button, Carey. I gotta go to this one. That's priceless, Mitch. Very nice card. Hello from Hope, British Columbia, Canada. Best vid on the internet.
You have very good taste, all right.
That's somebody that should be blue.
Boom. John, you're blue. And if Marty's still in chat, you got big plans for your birthday, Marty? Would you say it's Sunday?
Sunday.
Yeah. Down there in
Florida.
Sunny Florida, like Phoenix.
Go Shadow. Carey was in Thailand. Never look at what happens in the back or behind my restaurant you eat at. That is not beef in your Mongolian beef meal.
Well, I'm glad you told me that, because I did spend a month, 30 days in Thailand. And I was all over that country. North Chiang Mai, mid Pattaya, and south Phuket.
Yeah, say that one correctly.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I saw a lot of dogs running around, but not a lot of cats. But the food was so spicy hot anyway. After the first bite, you didn't know what you were eating.
William Lynn wants to know, do you need to install the optional updates? No, William, those are optional updates. You may choose to install them or not. It's optional. Matt Power says, I got new shoes and now I'm tripping. Don't be tripping, Matt. Dave Price, there in the chat room. Hey, Dave. CCTV user says, I will when I get my 3090, Mitch. Oh, you'll probably be able to get one of those sometime around 2027. Probably be a good price.
So you think that even for the rest of the year, there'll be really very few graphics cards?
Forget graphics cards. Okay. Anything that needs a chip.
Right.
40% of the cost of a car is in the computer chips.
Yeah.
That's what I heard anyway. It's got to be true. But car manufacturing even shut down because they can't get chips. There's a silicon chip worldwide shortage. And there are a number of variables that are coming into play on this. But because of the shortage, there's new fabrication units being made, and they're very expensive. The ones that are up and running are running 24/7. And there's even bidding wars to like the TSMC foundries to, choose who they're going to make chips for. So it will ramp back up again. It'll start to, increase the supply.
Yep. This
happens, and you just sort of learn to be patient, and it'll be a memory before you know it. David Griswold says, "Happy birthday, Mitch! Happy birthday, Mitch! Mine is next week, the 11th. 58 years old.
Just a youngster."
Can you check to see if the PC can be rebooted to reduce some of the load on these updates? Who cares? See, this is the impatience of time. These are the people who have the most problems with their computer because they won't leave it alone. Yep. You keep picking at it, it's not going to heal. Now, I do eventually get impatient, but I will determine based on the computer's behavior if rebooting it's a good idea. Like we just got to 100% on the cumulative update preview. And if you let this sit here, it will start to install. However, we would be okay to restart this right now because it's doing something in the background. Like, do we see the hard drive activity light blinking? Yeah. So that yellow light is blinking on and off. So it's working. And I think Microsoft can do more to let people know your system is working, right? Because what's happening is it appears it's doing nothing. And people think, well, it's been doing nothing for a long time.
Right.
And then they reset it or restart it, and then they have a problem, right? But if Microsoft was better at saying, giving us some form of progress happening,
yeah,
then I think people would just be a little more patient, knowing I should not. They would be less likely to restart it, because now people are thinking, well, it's just overloaded, and maybe it is. That's fine. It's just the Windows update process, it combined with other things happening in the background. The Windows maintenance tasks could be doing something with temp files or swap files, and all kinds of other stuff can be going on. So when we do that, we force a restart. First of all, I wouldn't just hit the reset button. That'd be the worst thing you could do. So if you want to restart, and because nothing has changed on the screen here, whatever it's doing in the background, it can safely shut down if we choose to restart. It's not even letting me see the right. So this, I've seen this happen on an update, where after I rebooted, this problem went away. And so what I would do is try the keyboard button for the Windows. Wow, that's not working at all. Well, that's not ideal. So the other thing I can do is do the Control-Alt-Delete, the three-fingered salute. Control-Alt-Delete. And it's not that the system's locked up, it's a start menu issue. Go to the Task Manager, and go to More Details, and I should be able to select, like we can see the CPU usage. See the CPU usage? Yeah. It's working. Yeah. I mean, it's not working hard. The disk usage is very low. Network usage is low. That means it's already downloaded all the files. And it's probably somewhere in these AMD drivers that's hosing us up. Should be able to choose no, not letting me do that either.
So have patience. You sure you like this DSL? It's very, very pokey.
Well,
yeah.
I thought there was a restart in here somewhere. I can't remember.
People are like, what's DSL? Slow. That's what I remember. Mm-hmm.
So even though I've closed that, it's still, Windows updates are still running in the background. But like the taskbar, like it's not even letting me type anything to search. So that is a driver related problem. The computer is not locked up. The computer is still working. But the start button, I'm trying to remember, it's been a long time what I used to do to resolve this. Now, I can guarantee you that if I force a restart, no matter how I restart this now, that start button's going to work again. It's something that occurs sometimes with certain driver updates or through Windows Update, and it's very temporary. So again, I can just leave it. Generally speaking, when that happens, in my experience, if you just leave it, it will eventually resolve itself. Mm-hmm. If I want to force it, then I can go ahead and hit reset now. And since I'm starting to feel a bit impatient, it really isn't going to make our install any faster. That's an illusion.
Yep.
But I'm feeling like Windows is embarrassing me and I need to punish it a little bit.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to go ahead and reset it because it's not being cooperative. And I'm being impatient.
Okay.
And since I'm the boss, I hit reset. Again, I'm going to advise you watching at home.
Don't try this at home.
Let that run at least an hour. And if its behavior hasn't changed in an hour, then go ahead and reset it. But when you reset it, make sure that if you have any open applications, if you're working on a Word document or your Outlook or anything like that, we don't have anything to lose here. This is a new install. So if Windows had corrupted, I would just have to reinstall Windows again.
Right.
But if you're using a machine that you're doing updates on and you're having an experience that's less than ideal, make sure that you've saved and closed out all of your other apps. I think boot's quick though. Let's go back to Sealing and Watch. The start menu's going to work. Yep. What a shock. And then back to Windows Updates. Let's see what updates it's going to offer us now. So you can see it was working through. You see how there's fewer, but still some remaining. Mm-hmm. So if I'd have just been a little more patient, even though it appeared to be locked up, it was installing. And that's why our list is so much smaller now. If Microsoft did a better job of conveying this
as to where you are in this process,
then people wouldn't freak out and go, well, it might just be like this forever, so I'll just do it now.
Yeah.
Rather than, because it's like you tell yourself, well, I'm just going to be here an hour for no reason.
Yep.
When in fact, like I said, if just more patient, it would have probably been just fine. And it sits at that 100%, but now it says installing, so it's moving like it should. Or let me rephrase,
and it is
what I want to see.
Yeah, that moved quite a lot,
Yeah, and then we should see the others just kind of fall into place there. Madi Yoel contributes $10. Says, nice build, Mitch. Thank you for helping him carry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madi.
He didn't mention what he's doing on his birthday. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Madi, what are you doing on your birthday? He probably can't say.
Yeah,
it's family friendly.
A lot of March birthdays. Too many, yeah.
I hear an ice cream truck outside. You hear it?
I could go for a nice ice cream sandwich, or what did they have, those
bomb pops?
Bomb pops.
Oh, push-ups.
Push-ups, yeah.
Nicholas says, I'm watching you from Gilroy, California, the garlic capital of the world. You ever driven through Gilroy?
I spent a week there one day.
Yeah.
I mean...
You spent a week there one day? Did it smell like garlic?
Yeah.
Hope you're enjoying your guys' Friday. Absolutely.
How many we got watching? 2?
It says stop pointing.
You and me?
Stop pointing. Pointing? Isn't that like a Mick Jam? Pointing my fingers.
Fudgicle too as a kid. Used to get those in the supermarket. Chocolate.
Where's the, oh, here we go. Where are we at? Pending install. Oh, we're doing cumulative 22%. We're getting there.
Yeah.
That one is a big update.
It is interesting that one always seems to freak people out because it stops at 74%.
Yeah.
And then it hangs there. And like you said,
and again, the appearance is that it's frozen.
That it's frozen. And I'm like, no, it's everyone. It stops at 74. If you just wait, once it kicks to 75, then it kind of goes 80, 85, 90. Then it really moves. So it's
it'll jump from 74 to 90.
Yeah. So it's just like.
Reverend John O'Toole says, happy birthday, Mitch. Someone mentions garlic ice cream. Now with pork.
Yeah, yum. Beware
Build
the wishbone.
Madi a computer.
Carey has.
How many does he need?
Yeah.
We got 4.
Yeah.
4 that I know of.
And none of them working to this day.
Hey, he's in the chat room.
Yeah, okay.
So something's working.
Okay, yeah.
He's like, I'm on my phone. I built that.
Yeah.
Just why not? All right, let's see.
Because Carey's big on cable management. For me, As long as I'm not big on glass sides, I want 2 metal sides. And if I don't look and see what's in there, I don't care how it looks. I mean, I don't want it to maybe rub against the fan, but so I'll do some to keep it away from fans. But if it's gobbledygook and I put the 2 metal things on and it's working,
nobody's going to see it.
Nobody's going to.
But that's
like,
even.
That's fine,
it's just about being practical when you have a case this small.
Small, yeah.
It'd just be unrealistic to expect yourself to be able to do like invisible cable man, or to be so creative with it that nobody's going to see it. When there's no case panel and the case doesn't allow for any cable management, and beyond that, it would be very difficult.
Yep.
Be quite a challenge. So we're 45% on that, so it's getting there.
And you think this front fan will be pretty good? We don't need to put a Noctua in
Well,
there.
Ron upgraded that fan.
Oh, okay.
So that's upgraded from whatever it was.
So
I'm trying to see who makes that fan. Where's my... Did I walk out of the... Oh.
Yeah.
I need my glasses
Just
to
find a glass. Yeah. No brand name that I can...
Arctic.
Oh, they're a good, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is Ron still in there? Connection's looking pretty good today. How's the status of it? Well, we've had quite a few drop frames. We're just going on approaching 3 hours of live, but overall it's decent. 542 people watching live around the world today. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Happy Friday, Saturday, or whatever.
If you
in your neck of the woods
want to give us a shout out and tell us where in the world are you watching us from, let us know.
We want to see some Michiganders. I mean Michiganians.
Not Michiganian.
Not Michigan.
Don't make me tell you again.
Yeah, again. Michiganders. All right.
Ron says he's resting his shoulder. He just had shoulder surgery. Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah. Rotator cuff.
Have I ever had Famous Dave's barbecue? Yeah, it's okay. What'd you say?
Yeah, rotator. I know people that have had, rotator cuff. Tough.
But it looks like that was a good surgery, that it went well, and I think he's starting to feel better. West Indiana, UK, where else are they watching us from? Ohio, West Hollywood, West Tennessee, Florida, and UK again. Grand Rapids, Michigan, right there, Dennis Paulson. Norge, London, Ontario, Canada, Leicester, England, St. Augustine, Florida, or the UK, Dublin, Ireland, Tampa, Florida, North Carolina, High Point, North Carolina, Switzerland, Germany, Latvia, Slovenia, Wildwood, New Jersey, Earl, Tennessee, Singapore, Ohio, Maine, Brisbane, Australia, Lewiston, Maine, Cupertino, California, home of Apple Computer, New Brunswick, Singapore, Barrow Furnace, UK. Hey Mitch, how is the bike?
It's great. It's a little loud. What did you say? But again, I wear earbuds to listen to music, or if I didn't, I certainly have earplugs, because it's not obscene loud, but somebody around.
You're not sneaking up on it.
Yeah, no, somebody around me is doing it. So
Kansas is in the house. Gallatin, Tennessee. Springfield, Tennessee. Tampa, Florida. Illinois. Prairieville, Louisiana. West Bloomfield Township in Michigan. Holland. Dittmer, Missouri. Darren says happy birthday, Mitch. Bridgeton, Barbados.
Wow. But getting the motorcycle forced me to do one thing, and that was to put together a will. So I hadn't had a will.
So now that you've got a will, now you've got a way?
Yeah. So now I've got a way.
Now you can get away.
Yeah.
Now that you have the will.
That and the fact that I didn't tell you last week, I finally had my annual physical checkup with my doctor, blood work and everything, and he called me up, and according to him, everything that I like to do is either illegal, immoral, or fattening. So I'm like, okay, I don't know about this clean lifestyle too much. And so he said, well,
I'm trying to think of one activity that crosses all three of those boundaries. I know it involves butter.
Yeah. And so he says, well, keep riding the bike, you know.
William Dawson's in Cocoa, Florida.
Ah. Did you like Cocoa Puffs as a kid? Or was that too chocolatey for you?
No, I didn't have that sort of sensitivity to sweets when I was a kid, although I wasn't really offered many. No, Cocoa Puffs.
Super Sugar Crisp, they called them something else, but as a kid it was, yes, Super Sugar Crisp. That was
used to have like, was they Eggo? Like the waffles? That
Let go of my Eggo, yeah.
And so you could like put those in the toaster.
Yeah.
And then what I would do, we used to have that little crystal bowl with sugar,
right,
in the kitchen table, and I would take the spoon, you know, my OCD.
Yeah.
This should have been an early warning to my parents.
You'd level out all the holes full of sugar.
Once it was nice and level, then you can put the syrup on. Well, butter was usually butter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like it stunted my growth.
Yeah. Do they say it's restart time? I can't see.
I can't see it either. Oh, wrong mouse. And full screen.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, it's still
like you said. It's still.
Yeah, we'll do it. Let's see how long this takes to reboot. I'm kind of curious because it seemed like it was.
Yeah. So you and Chad count. Yeah. From
this doesn't count because
it's
doing this update here. So it's going to take a little longer to shut down and restart for this big update. Yeah, well, it's about time for that new Windows 10 update to come out because then we won't have to do all these updates. They'll already be integrated.
Oh,
they'll
nice,
be baked in.
Right.
And then you just have to get new updates from that point.
Right.
That's the benefit of always installing the latest. Not only that, but you want all these updates.
Well, and there are people that don't, you know, the day it comes out, they wait in case there's bugs. So
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
You don't have to get it just because it comes available. I mean,
right.
Eventually, your computer would do it anyway. But
that's right.
But
unless people override that.
Yeah. But you're like, no, you don't need it. If your machine's working great and you like it, there you go.
But yeah, I would let it download the updates. I wouldn't shut the updates off indefinitely. I think that's just setting yourself up for something you're not going to like. And
so now this will be my second AMD because we did this Stormtrooper build where we were only going to swap out one thing, and we wound up basically swapping everything. The motherboard, and you're like, let's do AMD.
Yeah, why not?
And so that is working fine as well. So this will be the second AMD, and then my birthday build of 2 years ago that's Intel, and I got one other Intel.
Monty contributes $2. He says Shabbat Shalom all. You speak Hebrew?
No. Okay, there we go. Now you got to go back and click. There's probably two updates left, something like that.
Shalom is kind of like aloha. You can use it for hello or goodbye.
So,
okay, where was I?
We'll go back.
So I just want you to know, it's not the computer that's slow. It's the internet that's slow.
Yeah.
So this is going to run.
Yeah, that's an i5. Yeah.
Well, it's not an i5. I mean, you're going to really upset a lot of AMD people.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm so used to Intel.
Boomer.
I'm so used to Intel.
See, like the restart now.
Right. Went like.
Yeah. So we'll do that again. How many restarts has that been so far?
14. 6. I don't know. But the real fun.
Well, it's sort of like it's your birthday. So however old you are, that's how many restarts you have to do.
Oh, then we'll be here. We'll be here.
It's the modern equivalent.
Yeah, we'll be here a while. All right. So now the real fun, Chad, is putting that very tiny board in this case.
No, that'll be easy. It's the cable management that's not going to be
right.
fun.
We can do that off camera.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is just put the 2 side panels on of each.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just say it's done.
And done, yeah.
Until you get home and you're like, Carey, this thing doesn't work.
I'm hearing that one of the cables must be too close to the fan, so.
Okay, we're going to check for updates again. And hopefully it's going to say we're all up to date here. And then we'll look at those optional ones and see. We'll just throw them on. Oh, look, there's some more. Thank goodness I checked. So we're grabbing this is a small, the antivirus updates are small.
Yeah.
Now it's grabbing the Defender, which is more antivirus. That's another small, quick one. And then this cumulative update preview that this is for the .NET framework. This one's not that bad. This isn't as big as the other one. So these should all be pretty quick.
Yeah.
And this allows me to demonstrate how I can prove to you that when the Windows Update page looks like it's doing nothing, after we've done this and we restart, I'm going to do the optional updates on their own, and I want you to witness the behavior so you can recognize that you don't have to believe what I'm telling you in faith. You can actually see what I'm looking at and how I know it's working, and you can all replicate this so that you can verify that what I'm telling you is true. And it's nothing that's, made up. Like, I don't know why I would make it up, but it's just something, at the very least, I think it's interesting to observe the difference, which if you're not paying attention, like I didn't even realize until I was really looking at it, the difference between when it's working and when it's not working, and how in certain circumstances I can tell. And then I'm rest assured that I just need to be patient and let it finish. And we're about to get there. We're almost there.
But you really, you don't really need those optional updates, do you?
No, they're optional.
Yeah.
Do you understand the word optional?
No, all right. I went to college.
Was college optional for you?
Yeah.
I don't think it was. Yeah. No, it sounds like it needed to be mandatory. No, the optional updates, they're offered to you, okay? Like dessert. Okay. You want dessert? Now you see how this check for updates, now when we check it, it should say there's no updates, right?
Yeah.
But watch this. I was gonna restart, but I'm not even gonna restart. Okay. I'm gonna click View Optional Updates, and then Driver Updates, and there's a Realtek driver. But when I hit Download and Install, you'll never see it download and install.
Okay.
Never.
All right.
Watch. Now it says Updates Available. But what can you do? Well, if the updates are available, let me see them. Well, the reason it's doing that, this is just bad programming. It's downloading and installing that update right now in the background, and when it's done,
then that'll...
Now look, I'm not going to touch anything, but if you're just patient, and by the way, you don't have to stare at this. You could close this and do other things. Yeah. It's still going to be doing what it started. It's behind the scenes. And you're like, well, this is driving me crazy. It's telling me updates are available.
But that was just
there's no check for updates.
But that was just a little sound driver, right? It wasn't a huge...
It was the network card driver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if we just sit here and we wait, after it downloads that driver and then installs that driver, and then because it's a network card driver, it's probably going to disconnect the network and reconnect the network, maybe. And then once that establishes, then the check for updates button should come back, if we just sit and wait long enough. And that drives me crazy until I figured this out, because how dare you tell me there are updates available like some kind of tease, and yet remove the check for updates button. Like that should say
a progress. Yeah.
Well, no, it should just say I'm downloading and installing updates in the background, and just let me know. And if we let that sit, let me just stall for time. I'm gonna go back to our chat room, and maybe the chat room will let me know when that button comes back. But I want the chat room to see I'm not touching anything, that it just, this is how you know it's working in the background.
Eric said 58 restarts.
Do you remember 58?
Yeah, it feels like it.
1958.
Yeah.
That thing's still doing it?
I do remember that, because hint, that's the year I was born. So.
Is that what they tell you?
Yeah.
What about your sister? Was she born the same year?
Yeah.
That just drives me crazy.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. Like when I first saw this, I was like, well, let me go back over here. Right?
Yeah.
Nothing changes. If I close this, I just want you to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. We'll go back to settings. We'll go back to Windows updates. Oh, now it says check for updates. So either
it loaded it.
Because it'll just sit there and just keep saying updates are available until it's done, and then the check for updates button will come back, and then the optional updates no longer appear.
Right. So now we're good.
Yeah, and if you have Microsoft Office installed, you have to check for Office updates manually. Of course, they will automatically happen.
Yeah.
But if you want all your Windows updates for your Microsoft products to go through the Windows Update site instead of Office doing its own thing, under somewhere here, update options, advanced options, receive updates for other Microsoft products when you update Windows, and turn that on.
Okay.
Then that way I can get all my Office updates. Good. Because if I don't, then after I install Microsoft Office, because Office updates sometimes come out on a different schedule. So I go into Word, go to File, go to Account, check for updates. There are updates available. Do you want to install them now? Save your work. Well, that can all happen in one Windows Update window instead of separately.
So now we're ready to
now let me grab Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer.
Oh, right, yeah.
Let's throw that on there real super quick.
Yep.
Again, being very careful to not short circuit anything. Yeah, I kind of wish I didn't play around with that Windows Update because I wanted people to see that check for updates button come back on its own. But at the same time, I know that it'll keep showing that same thing until it's done. Okay, so let's go to Uncle Carey's Windows Update, Windows Optimizer. I mean, we want that, and then we want VLC. Good. Close that. Continue. Close. Run this. Yes. Apply. And we're off. As soon as this is done, it's going to reboot. Once we reboot, we'll shut it down and we'll get the motherboard put in the case. How's that sound for a plan?
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I wanted. This should give us a more accurate boot time now. So now we have all the updates installed. Still haven't installed the AMD chipset drivers from AMD. And here we go. There's our post screen. Our Windows is loading, and then we're already at the desktop. I'd say that's pretty decent.
Yep. So you can take your optimizer USB out.
Thank you. Then I don't need this on here anymore. So I will remove that and we will shut this down. Okay. And as soon as this powers off, when the fan goes off, we can go, let's see, for us, we can go back to full screen. We're going to shut the power off at the power supply.
Yep.
And just give it a second to let that drain. Hit the power button on there just to remove any residual power in the capacitors and extra safety.
And then you can plug that, right?
Yep, we're done with this now. This can go back in the drawer. And okay, you ready to get back to work?
Okay.
Your lunch break's over.
All right.
Let's get this unplugged and this unplugged. And you're going to need to take this power supply out. So that's step one.
Number two screwdriver?
I would use that yellow handled screwdriver. That's my old go-to there. Yeah. Did I ever give you one of those?
The red one.
So you do have one. Yeah, they make them in red now.
Yeah.
I asked you because I have a spare one.
Yeah. I think mine is the red with the white tip. They quit making those. Now is it all red?
I thought they were just the. Oh, did they change the cap?
Yeah.
I can't.
So then, do I have? Well.
So when you take this out, keep in mind that it's going to fall if you don't after you remove the last screw.
So you might as well start here on the bottom.
Yeah. And well, I'm going to zoom you in a little bit here.
Okay.
Maybe just zoom it out just a little bit. Bring that right about there. And I'm going to leave it to you for a moment.
So now I've reached in and I've held my, got my hand holding the power supply while I while I unscrew the last one so it won't drop. So here we go. Okay. There we go. Let me move my lemonade. Oh, he still has me. Still has me to where I have to shrink down. Okay. This is going to be a little powerful little PC. And I got just the room for it. I don't think I'll keep it on the desk, even though I could. I'll just set it on the floor. I don't know though. There's not much room. Well, that's right. It isn't going to be choked because yeah, the power supply is not down here. It's here, so I can set that on a carpeted floor without any effect. So that's nice. And somebody says, do I still have the mouse in that? Yeah, I'll take that out like that. And what keyboard? Is it this one? Yeah, I think it goes in there. If I knew how it goes in, well, I'll leave it out because we'll need it. I'll leave it out. So there you go. Carey says this will be easy, just 4 screws in. We shall see what we need here. But yeah, I think I might put this in my screening room. In my house, I have a screening room with rear projection, 120-inch screen diagonally, and 7.1 surround sound. So people come in and see it and go, boy, if I had this, I would never go to the movies. And I'm like, I like going to the movies. I'm not going to sit in here and watch a comedy by myself. I mean, I want to hear other people laughing and stuff like that. So, but it's and I'm not I'm not sporting 4K rear projection. It's still 1080p, and that's good enough for me. So, okay, I got the power supply.
I just got this dropped off to me.
Oh.
This is the new and improved. See, this is the original prototype GPU removal tool.
Cool. Okay.
Here, I'll show people the difference in the design.
Ooh.
First of all, this one was printed too small. It was supposed to be made bigger. So now it's bigger.
Yep.
And you see I had a cut in there. You see that little
notch?
Yeah, there's like a little thing cut out. Well, this one went with something completely different. And the idea is that we could reach down and hit.
Beautiful. Yeah.
See here?
Yeah.
So if that were up, and it's like this system really would be a problem. Let's say you're trying to get a great big graphics card out.
Yep.
And this would fit above the graphics card in that tight spot where you can just grab onto this and oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Beautiful.
This one was flexing too much, first of all.
Right.
And this one, also this one was too short. It wasn't able to, you can see when you hit the end of the handle there, it's not that much taller, but that may be enough. And of course you can see the handles themselves, how much wider the handle is. Logo on the bottom. This is prototype number 2.
Okay.
Version 2.0. And I can't wait to officially try it when I actually need one, rather than trying to simulate it.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted you.
So I got the power supply.
Okay, power supply's out.
So I did unplug. Thank you to Chad. I did unplug the dongle.
That's right, because you're going to have a hard time getting that through the I/O shield otherwise. And then what you're going to want to do, this could probably take 2 of us to do this actually. If we want to leave the power supply plugged in to the motherboard so we don't have to redo it,
okay.
What we could do is I hold it by the heatsink.
Let me set my drink down. Yeah.
I'm about to lose that keyboard. Can you grab that keyboard for me? I'm going to lay this flat.
All right.
I'm going to lift the power supply out.
Okay.
And the reason I want to lift the power supply out is the motherboard has to go in first.
Okay.
And we just want to make sure all of our umbilicals, or here's the power cable to the, lift up the back for me. I just want to get that out from underneath. We'll drape it over. These all have to come this way. And this one as well is trapped under. I don't want anything behind the motherboard. And now I can align the I/O right down here, like so. And go ahead and hold that power supply for me. Let me step around so I can see what I'm doing from this angle. Because people always say, Carey, we'd like to see your back more in the videos. These aren't lining up correctly, so I'm doing something wrong. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I left the mounting screws in the motherboard standoff so I wouldn't lose them. And you'll see I can't just lift that straight out. It kind of has to go one side and then the other. But what I want to do very quickly is
gotcha.
Yeah, that was my system for not losing the screws.
Right.
Because they're a little different on that case.
Okay.
And while I would probably have some that would fit, I of course want to use the ones that I'm supposed to use. Or that the manufacturer intended, I should say. Dropped one over there somewhere.
It's over here.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to try this again. Now it should sit properly.
Take 2.
This is why you don't force anything. Normally I wouldn't leave the power supply hooked up. I've never done it this way before, but I just feel lazy.
Yeah.
I'm probably working harder to do it this way, to be honest. You see, it lined up no problem.
Right.
Now that screw wasn't pushing it out of the way. And then I can just, there's only 4 screws on a mini ITX board, 1 in each corner. Pretty much all the same.
And you've seen Carey and I do this quite a few times, so on builds.
Well, normally we wouldn't have the power supply being held in my hand.
Yeah.
This is a very weird case though, and like I said, it just makes me feel a little bit lazy. I feel like I'm saving a little bit of effort. Okay, one more. That's going to be over by you. All right. Now, you're going to notice how tight our clearances are going to be here. Am I on something? All right. This is where you got to keep all your cables untangled where possible. Because if you think it's difficult now, just wait till it's in there.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm trying to get one of those plastic grocery, you know, the vegetable bags, you know, and you have to open them. And, and you're licking your fingers during a COVID crisis at a grocery store.
And you don't know who had the bag before you...
Or who had the vegetable in your hands and put it back. That's why I go to the part of the vegetable, of the produce, where they have the water that sprays. Yeah. And then I just touch something and get the water on my hand. And there's a little tip from your Uncle Carey. Yeah. Okay, so that power supply is going to go right over that CPU fan. And this fan on the power supply is going to pull air in. So we don't want these two fans facing each other. So this power supply has to go in purposely with the fan facing outward. And this is where your difficulty is going to be on when you work on these little mini systems.
Before you put that in, can I just show you something here?
Yeah.
The Ethernet, why is that doodad there? Is that the
metal standoff that we should have bent?
Yes. Yeah, so let's show everybody. Good eye, Mitch.
Should we have the close-up camera? Mm-hmm.
I'll just use this. We're good. You can see it pretty well there.
Yeah.
What happens sometimes these I/O shields, they have little grounding straps. Mm-hmm. And that grounding strap should not be visible. It's supposed to go on top. And instead it's going inside of this Ethernet port. And it's something you may not notice until you're done building. And it's a pain in the rear if we would have put the power supply in and started cable management.
Right.
And thought, oh, this is all looking good. And then you go to plug your, sometimes it covers USB ports, depends on the I/O shield, but then this will prevent, this isn't going to go in. See?
So we got to take the motherboard out.
So the motherboard's got to come back out. But luckily and thankfully, I have trained you well.
Yeah. Padawan. All right. Okay.
So let's go ahead and hold that one more time. Mm-hmm. I don't recommend trying to grab something to pull the I/O shield. It'll bend it, and it's going to look terrible. Just because you want to be. Like I'm all about being lazy, but that's a little even too lazy for me. Yeah, this is, I was surprised about that. I didn't realize that was there. Because if I had, it wouldn't have happened.
4 eyes are better than 2. Mm.
That's what my spider says.
Yeah. Mm.
So let me grab another set of eyes so I can have 4 eyes. Now I'm ready. So we'll just pull this back a little bit. And the way we fix it is we just want to push up on that. Not too far, because we do want it to make contact with the top of the I/O shield. There it is. And then we should be able to just secure that back down. And you can calculate how many minutes that took before you go, oh, I gotta take it back apart. It really wasn't that time consuming because we caught it early enough. All right, and then with this last screw, we can put the power supply in, I hope. Let's take another look at that and see if I did it right. Second time's the charm, right? So now the grounding strap is over the top where it should be. Yep. We want to make sure none of the USB ports or HDMI or display port, we'll make sure everything's accessible, right? These shouldn't be tilted or off to one side. Everything should be the same. Okay. And that's the power cable that runs to the DVD drive. Remember I told you about that little adapter? That's what that is. Okay. Okay, now let me pull the camera, zoom out a little bit here. Hey, there's that guy. Yep. AC's drafting contributed $20. He says polycarbonate or carbon fiber mixed would fix the issue, I'm sure, with regards to the GPU tool. It's because of AC's drafting that he converted my idea into a CAD type of, and then it could be 3D printed. So my thanks to Aaron over at AC's Drafting and my friend Jesse who did the printing and also offered some ideas for improvement. Okay. And we'll see as we progress on that project. Back to this.
Just set it up.
What I'm going to do
is do it that way.
Yeah, we'll just let gravity work with us here. But I want you to be aware that this isn't going to work. This will not work. Right now, this power supply is sitting on top of the CPU fan. Like it is literally resting on top of it, and the holes to mount were still a little too elevated. So that means we're going to have to get a different cooling solution in here, unfortunately. I was hopeful that it was going to fit. It is really close, which then was going to lead me to worry if there was enough space for the CPU fan to breathe. But it's definitely, this is like darn near as tight as some Tupperware. So that's not ideal. So I don't think I have it needs a lower profile fan on here. And we're probably going to have to still stick with some AMD stock fan, I'm going to guess. I just want to look really quickly. I know we built that with an Intel CPU, which had a lower profile stock Intel fan. Those things are pretty low profile. Yep. Everything I've got here, because this is a temporary location, are all the big tower coolers. I don't have anything that's going to fit in there here, but I'm sure I've got something back at the house. So I may not be sending you home with your birthday build today.
No. Again, this is live.
I mean, it's basically done, ladies and gentlemen. What we're talking about here is a pretty minor problem. The good news is, to change the CPU fan out, we don't have to undo any of the work that we've done. In fact, if we could bring this up, we'll show everybody what it looks like inside and see if, will the power supply fit on top or no? Is there enough cable to go up here? Or no, we'll just set it down. Let's bring it over here, I guess. There isn't going to be a smaller power supply. The problem isn't the power supply, right? Because the holes are permanently there. And you can see one of the problems with these small cases is you run into some tolerance issues from time to time, specifically when it comes to cooling hot devices, meaning a GPU or a CPU. So we're looking at about that much space. No, it's about that, maybe just a couple inches for the cooler. Or we can move you into a different case that's a little larger. Remember I pulled out that 210 case. We could put you into one of those and not have this issue with all the same parts and no changes. Or the N case M1 is another mini ITX case. Or I just look for a lower profile cooler.
Entirely up to you.
Well, I mean, if you like the case, this is one of the things I didn't like about the case. I'm all about liking smaller cases, but the design of this one, even when I built the original build in there, was a little too tight for my comfort. But I'll have to look and see what kind of a fan we can get. That it just needs to sit. You can pretty much see the, if you have that ruler in there, just one of those steel rulers. We're very close. If you look inside, see if we can zoom this in. Okay, we need that much clearance, right? Because the edge of the power supply is right here. So we're like 1/4 of an inch too big, too tall.
Yep.
It's very close. But I'd prefer it was another 1/4 of an inch lower than that so that there was some air, room for the air to get in. This is just a ruler I'm using to demonstrate this. So yeah, that's our issue right there.
Yep.
So close. The good news, again, all the work we've done, we don't have to redo anything. Windows 10 is installed, all the updates are installed.
Yep.
We know the RAM is working, CPU is working. This is now a fitment issue that is unique to this case. And what will happen is, when we put a lower profile cooler in there, that chip may run hotter. On the other hand, it may not run hotter. And the reason I say that is, just running it idle and browsing the web and stuff like that isn't pushing the chip hard to begin with. So it's not like it needs excessive cooling. But if you were gonna really push the heck out of this thing all the time, it might get quite loud and generate quite a lot of heat output and could prematurely wear down the life of the electronics. So I don't want people to worry about, putting this a cooler on that doesn't have as big of heat dissipation, that would be harmful. It just depends on how you use the computer. And then notice on the back here the way that the solid state drive looks with that heat shield on it. Right back there. Kind of sucks that it's on upside down, but that's where the cutout is. So that's how it's supposed to go on. And yeah, so that's where it'll stop for today. But all the hard stuff is done.
Yeah.
Everything else is simple. Everything else is just plug in the umbilicals,
right?
Put the screws into the power supply, and then get the cables tied up.
Yep.
And the panels, there's no screws on the panels. They just pop in, they click in. And then I've got to find some PCI slot covers for you, just to fill these holes. And I have a bunch of those back at the house. I don't think I have any here. But that's, again, little stuff.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for us, or we're gonna I guess, wrap up today's broadcast. If there's any questions or concerns you guys have, do what you can to help you out.
How does this go in here? This way or this way?
Whatever way will fit. It'll just drop in. But if it's not flush, then you're doing it wrong. Keep trying. Keep trying. Turn it the other way. Try the top of it instead of the bottom. See, you're at the bottom, kind of, right there. Try the top.
Oh.
Okay, so somebody mentioned an all-in-one cooler. Yeah, there's no all-in-one cooler. Where's an all-in-one cooler gonna go? I suppose you could get one of those. No, you'd bump. It would be too thick. You'd bump up against the side of the motherboard.
Does this keyboard go with this mouse?
Yes, it does.
Because I turned it off and then turn this one off. Simply like. Okay.
Ron says HSF clearance is listed as 60 millimeters. Can you get a smaller power supply? The mounting holes are drilled into the back of the case. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you get a smaller power supply, how will you secure that?
Yeah.
Other questions?
Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. It was a learning experience to me, and like Carey said, we did everything right. This is something that if you were building this on your own, you can't be frustrated. I mean, this is something where
you got to take your time.
Time and you know, just
you know, I'm just starting to think because this is awfully tight. If we were to put a radiator on this, like they're suggesting in the chat room, it's going to be right. It is going to, like, I don't know how you'd ever unplug this power connector.
Right.
So I suppose you could force it. It would be tight to put like a single 140 millimeter radiator in, you know, in front of a fan or a fan in front of it, and bring the air in or push the air out. But that, boy, wouldn't it be a shame to spend that kind of money for that and then have it not fit?
Yeah.
Once again, on the Intel build that this was originally built with, and the links to the original build are in the video notes below the video. The Intel stock heatsink wasn't a problem on that.
Yep.
It's not a love or hate thing. It's not a dig at AMD. It's fact. It's just facts. So I'm just going to have to look for an alternative air cooler.
Yep.
George Ferrugia says, Monday is my birthday. Well, of course it is. Does anybody not have a birthday in March? Right. Anybody? Happy birthday, George. So a lot of people have birthdays in March.
Yep.
Ryan contributes 5 Canadian dollars, says, happy birthday, Mitch.
Thank you.
Any suggestions for a color meter for calibrating monitors? The best people to ask are photographers, professional photographers. Those things have a name. The color like suction cups onto your screen.
Yep.
I've dealt with so many photographers. I didn't know what they were the first time I saw them, and then I've seen a lot of them since then. But I've never had use for one, so maybe somebody in the chat can help you with that.
Yep.
In this case, everything will be tight. No, nothing's really tight in there right now. And with the right heatsink, it still won't be that tight. Not like putting a liquid cooler in it would be, or, like there's a difference between tight and too tight. Like when parts are touching each other that aren't supposed to be, that's too tight. Like if they're rubbing, or if it impedes your ability to just do something simple like unplug a cable. If you don't have a choice, you don't have a choice. But here I want to make the best choice. If I had no choice, that'd be a different story.
Yep.
But I prefer to make a decision that makes it easier to install and work on in the future, not just solve today's problem. AC's Drafting contributes $10, says, happy birthday, Mitch. Hey, right on, AC.
Thank you. Well, Carey may, if he finds a low profile fan, he certainly could, go live and do it.
Just button it up for him.
Button it up, that's fine too. So yeah, it's still a cute case. It booted lightning fast, 2 terabytes of NVMe storage, and yeah, great little machine. So, and I'm not planning on pushing it, you know, web surfing, maybe media streaming, and so.
Susan Harris says her birthday's on Thanksgiving this year, and Rick Hubbard said his birthday's on Christmas Day.
As a kid, yeah, must have been a jip. So,
enjoy your beers, Mitch. That's what Eric Fletcher says.
Well, thank you. And then Carey and I, there's a new wing place.
ATL Wings, man.
That opened up, and I said, let's try it. So that's what we're going to do.
They're recommending a Noctua NHL9A AM4. Well, that just rolls off the tongue. Here, let me look that up, because I'm not familiar with Noctua's naming conventions, but I'm sure I'll recognize it.
Well, I grabbed some M&Ms for Mitch Morrison.
All right, some Mitch Morrisons. Let's take a look here at Amazon, and I will bring up, try and bring up. Once I learned to type. Amazon. You want to go faster, Sticker?
And you remember that AM?
That is a...
whatever model I said, AM 47.
Noctua. And it is the... what do they recommend? NHL9A. Ooh, I don't know. It looks awfully tall.
Yeah.
It's $50.
That still looks awfully tall. Yeah.
I wonder what the total thickness of that is. Six-year warranty. Because you know how those heat sinks burn out on you.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. Where's our dimensions here? Boy, that looks awfully close to what we have now. It says it's a 65 millimeter, and we've got to be under 60. So it's too big. Yeah, the height with the fan is 65 millimeters. So that's what, 6.5 centimeters? Let's see what that looks like on the ruler. 6.5 centimeters. That puts us right there. And this one we've got is what? That's taller than the one we got in there.
No.
Actually, it appears to be exactly the same. Yeah, they're both 65 millimeters. It's got to be 60 millimeters or shorter. Appreciate the suggestion. Wah, wah. Susan says her birthday's only on Thanksgiving once every 4 years. So does that mean she's only 1/4 her age?
Well, it's better than being born on February 29th.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So.
Ron Hillier says 37 millimeter. What is 37 millimeters? What is he referring? Just randomly just saying heights? I need a reference. Michael McFarland with 250 PHP is what? Filipino something? I'm on the wrong keyboard. Put that over. Yeah. I'm going to blame the keyboard. Get out of my light. That's about $5.14. Those are Philippine pesos. I'm getting better at recognizing these different currencies. The Noctua NH-L9A is 34 millimeters.
Let's switch to Intel.
Hold on a minute. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
It's 34 millimeters. This includes the fan. L9A. Well, I'm looking at it on Amazon. L9A. Oh, this says L9. I want an L9A. Oh, I see. Noctua. I'm so glad.
Ooh,
that's very different.
That's it. Yeah.
Very different. Okay.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction. See what happens? You add an A, or you subtract the A, and a whole different product comes up with the exact same model number.
Now, what's the height? That's got to be below.
That's what
60.
they're saying is 39. Yeah. What they were saying, right? Wow. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yep. Now, like you said, it may run a little hot, but I'm not pushing.
How do you get the screws in it? Well, I think the screws go in from the back. Are we going to be able to do that without taking the board out? Oh, yeah.
It's got a back plate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks like, see how long the screws are?
Yeah.
Well, those, or maybe those are the, I don't know. I haven't used that fan before. Only 37 millimeter total height, ideal for slim HTPC in its small form factor build. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
How crazy is that they have a model without the letter A and everything else is the same? It's just stupid that they would do that, because you see how easy the confusion was?
Yep.
And I'm already easily confused. They didn't need to make it easier. Will a crack in X70 be fine on a 9900 chaos, or do you need a cooler like Moving 5? Well, the Kraken's going to be better than any air cooler. So that's from Perry.
You ready for wingy? I'm kind of ready.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little
peckish.
Yeah.
So you saw it here live, folks. Everything doesn't go smooth, but you
it's not a big deal.
But you can't say you didn't learn something. I learned something, and so there you go. Still was a great birthday. Will be tonight too.
Crystal says there's a Be Quiet low profile. You know, for $40, I think the Noctua. Ron says, "Do I need to come over there?" I've been waiting.
Yeah. So.
Obviously. Do you need to ask? Says, I hope you have a great Friday and a great weekend. That's not Nicholas again. Let's make sure Nicholas is blue in here. He's been very friendly and active. And Thomas Backenstow says, great show. Hey, thank you, Thomas. And again, thanks for your patience on waiting on your build. Do you have a customer wanting you to build a mining rig? I don't build mining rigs. Someone's mentioning a Cooler Master Air G200. I think I want to stick with the Noctua, to be honest. I think the Noctua is the way to go.
Yep.
Michael McFarland says, I need a Go Faster sticker for my Pinoy scooter. Let's make sure Michael McFarland is blue in here too. What do you think, Ron? Are you happy to see the little guy
find a nice home,
getting back to life and out of the garage?
Yeah.
He went from his garage to my garage.
Yeah.
Then it'll be in your garage.
Oh no.
It's gonna power your garage door.
Yeah.
Did I show you the little Atari that I built?
No.
It's using a little Raspberry Pi.
No.
Check this out. So that emulates pretty much
all those games.
There's a website called Recalbox.
Okay.
And with Recalbox, you can download the emulators for like ColecoVision, arcade games, actual arcade games, Atari 2600, 5200, 7800, probably Commodore 64, Sega Genesis, ColecoVision, and it's all just on the memory card.
Sweet.
See the little memory card slot? And HDMI out.
Okay.
And it's just a little Raspberry Pi. This whole kit's $100 on Amazon. I made a video on this.
Yep.
But now they've got a Raspberry Pi Pico, which looks like it's a little bigger than an M.2 drive.
I did see that.
And that is like a full-blown, not powerful, but for its size, a pretty respectable power for its size computer. Anyway, so I ordered a 128 gig micro SD card for this. And I'm going to grab a bunch of ROM files along with the Recalbox. A Recalbox with one L.
Okay.
So it kind of looks like recalibrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Micro Center version of the Atari emulator sucks. The joystick's all messed up and wrong. And it was funny because I was complaining about the controller. Well, I just was making a point on how a key feels. Who cares, right? And they said, well, isn't it hypocritical? But it's the location of the buttons.
Right.
The location's all screwed up. And it's like if you gave me a keyboard that had mechanical versus membrane, I don't care. Or Cherry MX switches versus Brown MX switches, doesn't matter to me. But if you gave me one of those Microsoft ergonomic keyboards where the keys are all twisted,
right,
then that sucks. And it has nothing to do with how the keys feel, it's their location. And I'm like, I should have thought of that. So just had to revisit that. Anyway, that's pretty cool though, right?
Yep. Yeah, pretty cool, yeah. Yep.
And when I have some time, which I'm sure will be coming up sometime in 2022, I will bring up the emulator. And I love that I can put the actual Galaga on here, or the actual Centipede or Dig Dug, or those, not just the like Super Nintendo version.
Right.
But you can have that too.
Yep. Well, I think 115, 215, 315, 415, 515. Yeah, that's enough.
What are you counting?
How long we've been on the air? Oh.
We've been on the air for 3 hours and 52 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, that's minus the 10 minutes we thought we were broadcasting.
So.
Ron says it's going to serve you well, Mitch.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Katrina says, was yesterday your birthday, Carey? No, today is Mitch's birthday. My birthday is not for a long time. I have one every 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine's in the summer. Lots of happy birthdays going out to you. Ron says happy birthday.
Yeah.
Can you put the link for the spaceship case? The spaceship case is
sold out through April.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can go to Amazon, I think, and just type in, what was the name of that case? Do you remember? Gamers Nexus did a build on it. They should have all
build,
As far as I know, they're the only ones on the entirety of YouTube that have ever done a video with that. So
and I will tell you.
So asking me about it, like, why are you asking me about what they did?
And while Gamers Nexus was building in that live, I texted Carey saying we ought to build in this. He immediately saw it and went to the website and ordered one. And what happened the next day? They're like, tough cheese. We're all sold out.
Well, it was ordered out of a company in Canada.
Right.
And they took my money and they sent me a confirmation of my order. And then the next business day, they refunded my money and then said, the refund came first, and then the explanation that this is out of stock. We don't expect it till April, and we've refunded you. They didn't ask me if I wanted to wait. Now on Amazon, they'll say you can pre-order. You can click the pre-order button, and then you basically you don't get charged for it until it ships, but you have to have some credit card, whatever your payment form is on file, so that they can charge you when it arrives.
But if we can get our hands on one, so let's do a build in it. Let's definitely do a build. I mean, I thought it was pretty cool looking, very unique case that could sit either on the floor or on a desk. Conversation piece.
Somebody's mentioning the torque case, but that's not the spaceship case.
No.
And then we got robot's foot in the other room.
Yeah.
Well, what Mitch calls the robot's foot. That's a big foot.
Yeah.
Can you look at the cooler Showman from AliExpress? Some people from the chat might love it because it's cheap, but it performs good. Don't know what you're referring to. Again, the chat moves pretty quick. We've got, keep in mind, you know, the number of viewers that we've got and how many chat comments there are. So it's kind of a big ask for me to dig through every single previous chat comment. And by the way, I can't even play them all back. I can only go back a certain distance. Like I think the viewers can too. I think we both can scroll back a certain distance. And every time there's another chat message, then whatever was on the top is now gone, you know. But I really don't want to experiment. I think I would stick with the with that Noctua cooler.
Yep. Because
they're very well they're reputable, and for $40, I mean, I don't think you can. It's worth it to try and save money.
Yep.
It's not that much to begin with. I mean, how much? I know we can't save $40. So whatever the savings are, it's not worth the experience if it's a negative one.
Yep.
What was that computer called?
Yeah, we'd have to go to Gamers Nexus site because that was within about the last 5 days. I think it was last Saturday.
Hey, there's you.
Yeah.
With long hair.
Yeah.
But I think if I just went to Amazon and just typed in spaceship
computer case,
ITX computer case. No, that does not.
See, I think it was only through their site. Yeah.
I swear I found it on Amazon for pre-order. I swear I did. You're saying no?
No.
Hold on. I can't have imagined this, could I? Let's take a quick look in my Mitch Morrison texting history.
Okay.
It's not in there. Well, how do I know about it? How did you tell me? Was it email? Must have been email.
Yeah, I think it was email. Yeah, I don't think it was text. By now, probably somebody's put the link in.
Have they?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking it probably went on Gamers Nexus and.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
No, that's the attack helicopter case. No. Mitch Morrison.
Last Saturday, maybe.
Aikonpu Direct, AIKONPU. Is the name of the company that sells it out of Canada. No, that's not them. That's a different thing. That's a little NVMe to SS, a SATA and NVMe external thing that'll do both. Instead of one or the other, it does both. Uniway computers, that's what it was. Uniway, UNIWAY computers out of Canada. The EDI case is out of stock right now. EDI case. EDI.
Google that. Yeah.
I swear I found that on Amazon. I know when you emailed me that I typed it in and it came up immediately. Okay, order confirmed. Segotep, S-E-G-O-T-E-P. S-E-G-O-T-E-P. E-D-I. Oh, it's micro ATX too. Let's just Google it. S-E-G-O-T-E-P. Segotep. E-D-I.
Case, there it is.
Shopping tab. Something happened because it wasn't hard to find the first time I did it. So let's just go to what I say it was called, Uniway. Well, that's furniture. Well, this is not messed up at all. Uniway.ca. Uniway.ca. Okay. There should be a search.
Products above.
There's no search. Computers. Online store. Yeah, see there's all this Segotep power supplies.
Yeah.
And then EDI.
There it is.
Yep. Okay.
Is that the coolest?
Yeah, I don't know. It's back. It says back order, but it doesn't specify.
Right. I'm sure, like me, everyone watched, or not everyone, but
yeah. But I had to order
saw the Gamers Nexus. But yeah, just a cool looking case.
So people are posting like reviews, but nobody's really posting a place to buy it, at least that I'm seeing in the chat. Oh, Ron's got it. Of course Ron has it.
So is this, would this fit in there?
Yes.
This would fit in there.
Easily. Like that's bigger than what you have.
Oh.
If people want to see what we're looking at, we can just
show them.
That should work. There it is.
Yeah, and I like that the little light shines down with some sort of logo.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Gamers Nexus did a live build
in that, yeah.
And as they were live, I ordered it. So I can't imagine a lot of other people ordered it at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't even realize it shined that little logo. Where did it go?
Yeah.
Oh, I still got to go this way. There it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the logo. Isn't that cool? Yeah.
Strange.
Hell, they got
and they got a liquid cooler
in there, but you know.
That actually looks really nice because the lines are not drooping.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Maybe one day.
Yeah.
But it says it's out of stock until.
Yeah. Well,
boy, I thought this said fanboy.
Yeah. When he when he was building live, there was about 2,700 people watching.
Over 2,700.
Yeah, live.
He's a little more popular.
You imagine if everyone went, I gotta have that. I gotta have that case.
Well,
the company got overwhelmed, and
that's true.
Yeah, so
I may be underestimating how many people responded like I did.
Right. He said that there was an issue with us being, and him too, being in the United States and them getting it to him in the United States. Yet when you ordered, you clearly put Phoenix, Arizona, so they didn't say, well, we can ship to every place but the U.S.
No.
That would make no sense. So
now people are seeing what we shared there.
Yeah. If you can get one, let us know.
Says just need some Starfleet decals on the side.
That's right, yeah.
That case is like a GPU, unobtainium. Matt Power says, oh my God, I love it.
Yeah.
Mortmont says, prepare for warp speed.
Yeah.
The Garage says, that just looks ridiculous.
That's why I like it, yeah.
Well, Ron's shoulder's hurting him now. His praise Vicodin.
Yeah.
Carey, you should put your CareyHolzman cube GIF where it shows the logo.
Like,
what's he talking about?
With the spaceship down
there.
Yeah, that. Yeah, with your logo.
Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. That may just be a light shining through a.
Yeah.
Like a template.
Yep.
But it may be possible to change the template out.
Yep.
Lost in space build, says Larry.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We're going to button it up.
Yeah, we're getting hungry, huh?
Yeah, go have something to eat. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Absolutely.
All the birthday wishes, all the birthday contributions. And, yeah, it's been a great day. But time to sit down. I've been on my feet 4 hours, and I'm old, so.
Zen Carter says, most Uniway and other computer suppliers are closed due to government regulations regarding the pandemic. I live near one of the suppliers, and sorry you couldn't get the case.
Okay. Well, certainly,
they said the price on that spaceship computer case is expensive. Well, it's Canadian, so in American dollars, it's about
you told me 210, something like, I don't know.
Well, in Canadian money, the shipping was 80, so the total was 279. But in U.S., it was like 230.
Yeah.
So the Canadian dollars.
But certainly, anyone that can get their hands on it, let Uncle Carey know. Then he would let me know. Heck, I'd buy one in a second. Yeah.
I would just do it because when I looked on YouTube for it, the only YouTube video I've seen on it is what Gamers Nexus do. So I always want to do something different. But all right,
okay,
my
guys,
thanks again to, let's see, Vajeli Lekakis has contributed $1.49 Canadian. Michael McFarland says, happy birthday, Mr. Mitch, and contributed that 250 Philippine pesos. AC's Drafting, and Ryan, wonderful AC's Drafting again. Madi Yoel, a couple times there, and 3 times. Wayne Trexler and Giant Pants, thank you for your contributions. Zadrafco, thank you as always. Peter, Vigian, Niall Bauer. Is Niall a moderator? Yes, good. Planet Cryos, thank you for your contributions. And Juan the Panda, Chris Mole, and Armando Garcia, as well as Ghost Shadow and Armando Garcia again. Frankie B, thank you for your continued generosity. Another from Armando Garcia again. Thank you, Armando, as always. Mats Olov, good to see Mats Olov in the chat again. It's been a while since I've seen him. Thank you for your contribution. Matt Power and John Rice, thanks you guys for supporting the channel. Winston Lou, David DeWitt, Rick Hubbard, a couple times from Rick Hubbard and Ghost Shadow again. Chris's Channel of Technology, Angel, Rick Rubicet, Irving T, Madi once more, Geo Johnson, Thomas Backenstow, Ricky B, Tim Allen, Jesse Kirk, Peter Laycock, and our first contribution was from Paul O'Brien. That kicked us off right when we got started. Thanks you guys so much for joining us today. We will see you all very, very soon. I'll have an update for this. Once I get the cooler, I'll get it ordered today. We'll get it, I'll probably pick it up. I'll probably pick this back up maybe midweek with Thursday, maybe about Thursday next week. I think I should have some time. And if I can work on it at night and I can, at the very least, show you what it looks like completed. Yeah. And we can, I'll run some temperature checks on it just out of curiosity. Right. Not that that'll be an issue with the way you're going to use it. That'll be my plan on that. Okay. And I just need to find an exit here. So thanks guys for tuning in and all the birthday wishes, and you have a great weekend wherever you are in the world. Absolutely. And you'll have to start thinking about what you're going to do for your next birthday.
If I'm around.
Well, we need to order the parts now if we want to get them into.
Yeah. If the motorcycle doesn't kill me. All right. So.
Well, you got that will filled out, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. So that'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you all again very, very soon. Until then,
bye for now.
What? I'll say what he's saying.
Okay.